Alright, I think we're live. Let me just fix up some stream related stuff and we'll get right into it. Okay. Not Dolph Romantic, Loop Hero. Thank you, Twitch. Let's put some tags on this one. Because apparently there's none. At the moment at least. Of course, my nose is already fucking itchy. I don't know what it is. Okay, so let's see, what do I put on for Loop Hero? I don't think I have a preset for that. Guess we'll just use this as a reference. And when I say this, I'm of course talking about one of my other stream layouts. So casual playthrough chilled. Of course I allow backseating. Then something else that I've started putting in is the English tag. Oh, I'm not allowed to put that in this time. Interesting. Which I think it was the last time I streamed. You could put in the English tag even though the game itself provided an English tag. But this time it seems like I'm not allowed to. That's a little bit odd, but okay. That being said, it was also odd last time because basically what ended up happening was there was two tags on the stream, both just labeled as English. And I believe the reason is that Loop Hero, the game, was being played in English, but the English tag on the stream is used by streamers to signify that it's an English language stream itself. But as I debated with a friend of mine, there's no way of telling those apart when you're like, oh, that needs to be changed. There's no way of telling them apart when you're just like looking at them because they just both saying English with a capital E. And there's no differentiation between whether or not it would be stream language or game language, so it just became whatever, I suppose. Okay, I think that is it. We're good to go. Let me close that. No, I don't want to update Notepad, you silly goose. Okay, so got like one thing I need to test. See if this works. Okay, Streamlabs. So I recently, and with recently I mean yesterday, I made a, oh, what the hell? I made some improvements to the stream, or supposedly improvements. But for some reason, why is this page on fucking Danish? That is like so annoying when that happens. Anyways, but for some reason I can't get those to work, so I will be using a little bit of time just checking up on it because having spent the time, you want things to work. Is it because the loyalty store is not enabled? No. How the heck does this work then? So what I basically did was that I used the Streamlabs loyalty store to create some items that you can purchase for with 0 coin cost and no quantity limit, just a cooldown. And they're supposed to play a sound effect, but for some reason it's not doing it. Streamlabs. already moderator of this channel. Okay. And it's in here, so that's not the issue either. Hello, hello. Have a good stream. Need to attend work. Okay, power dude. I'm also just testing stuff for the time being. Okay. Is it because we have to actually activate these through the Twitch chat? That might actually be a thing. But I don't see why it would. Yeah, I added some sound alerts, but they're not working for some reason. And I have no idea why. I've not redeemed any items yet. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. Go watch some of your favorite streamers and redeem items from the loyalty store. I wonder if it's because you actually have to go in and redeem the things in order for them to be used. If that's the case, that would be a little bit annoying. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't work, does it? And I was like assuming that I can't test this off stream either, so this is kind of just what it has to be, given that it needs the stream to run in order to test. All right, take it easy, dude, and have fun at work. Set up rewards for your viewers to claim with their loyalty points. Is it because the thing needs to be bloody enabled? Nope. Not here at least. Because it's the same system that uses the other command. So like, for instance, I can do this command here, which works just fine, showing me that Streamlabs, the bot at least, does have access. But for some reason, the loyalty store doesn't do anything. Odd. And I see users in here have like points, like I can probably look myself up. Okay, apparently not. There are some people in here that, oh, I can see myself here. Okay. Yeah, like I have 23,000 points myself. So that's not the issue. How the fuck do I redeem things then? Because it should just be command based. User management, you don't have any users yet. Try adding one. Don't think that's what I need to do. Well, Streamlabs loyalty store sounds not working. Playing with Streamlabs, trying and renew my set of stream redeemable sound effects. For those who don't know, you can create new items in the loyalty store that will act as a redeemable sound effect and trigger an alert that will play said sound effect plus show a custom picture. Process is create a store item as sound effect, create a custom alert triggering for redemptions, and then add a condition with the item name. You know, someone types exclamation mark redeem item in chat, the sound effect. Oh, maybe that is.
Have a banana.
Ah, there we go. Okay. So that's how it works. I see. So it's a little bit annoying, but it does work. Oh, right. Nice. Okay, well that does mean that I should probably change the commands. So, oh god, I forgot I named the Streamlabs currency as well. Okay, well, just give me a moment and we will change these. And I can probably show this without any issues. Should be fine. So this is basically what it is. So you have these sound effects, and I've just put them at 0 cost for now, but if eventually it does get to a point where people start abusing it, I do have the, oh, it does say right here, I'm such a dum-dum. It does say exclamation mark redeem space command, so there we go. But yeah, I can add like costs to these so that people can't like spam them, but right now there's just a time limit for it, so, or a restriction on a user cooldown, so just a minute at the moment, which I think should be just fine. Now the next thing I need to figure out eventually is how to link this page properly so that people can look at this, because this is an actual store where you're supposed to be able to browse all these items. So in other words, if you go on to the Streamlabs CloudBot appropriate page for my account or whatever, you should be able to see all the items. But that is for a future time. Right now, I'm just happy that it's working. Maybe I could have tested it with outside of stream. Oh well. So now you can do like that raid thing, for instance, just to fuck with me whenever I start getting into RimWorld again. Is the gist, at least. Keep me on my toes. And if there's any suggestions to sounds, yeah, I'm more than interested in adding them, because it's not really that big of a deal for me to do. It's quite easy to add the sounds once you get the hang of it. Oh, I got a comment on my dragon's ores. Hold on, this is... Let's see. I've noticed cryolium dropping from crypto ore deposits. Do I have to refine cryolium into crypto, or is this some sort of error? Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay, that means I've made a mistake. But that is for outside stream stuff. Not gonna be modding right now. I could fix it very quickly as like a intermission break, but right now we're getting into some Loop Hero just as a warm-up. Let's also start up Streamraiders. And of course there's an update for that game. Figures. Read through that install. How am I even doing on Loop Hero? I've unlocked 34 out of 50 of all the achievements. It's always tends to be a decent way of measuring your progress, I would say. It's one of those things where you can beat the game, but have you really beaten the game? Achievements can be like a pretty cool additive, at least. Especially for games that don't have a lot of stuff to accomplish. Like Dorf Romantic, for instance, doesn't have much else than what do you call it? Cosmetics to unlock, pretty much. Or not pretty much, that is the only thing that you really do. And then you climb the global leaderboard ranks, which is full of like hackers, so that doesn't really... I understand why some developers aim for the high score thing, like Mini Motorways does the same, but there'll always be hackers, and especially as a small developer, aiming for that as your main like player incentive to play the game, other than just, you know, for the sake of having fun, you know, the long-term play, let's put it like that. It's just not a good idea, because it's like you don't have the resources to like manage a huge ass pool of people in terms of like high scores and such, and it also requires you to have a live server that you need to pay for. So yeah, it's just it's one of those things where if you don't have any other drawing things to your game, like in terms of long-term play, then maybe it's about time you figured something out. Okay, so I do wanna, I can never freaking remember. Oh right, that's because the Orc Slayer is like a legendary. I'll put that down just so that we get a head start into this. Actually, I forgot to switch screen. Let me just do that. Streamraiders is what I'm talking about, because I forgot I hadn't switched over to the game because it had to like not reinstall, but install an update. So I have a bunch of orcs, and if you join in, that's a gold coin there, then we can secure this victory. All right, enough dilly-dallying. It's been 15 minutes without gameplay, and we can't have that. So I've been playing a bit of Loop Hero off stream as well, and the other day a good friend of mine, she showed me a trick, or not a trick, but a very useful feature in the game that I didn't know existed. So what that feature does is that inside of settings, and this is why I didn't find it, it's an options menu. Under game, there's actually like some extended gameplay altering features almost. So like one thing is that you can tell the game to automatically pause whenever you're done after a battle or after you end the loop. So say you're like wanting to make a full loop without worrying about your items because you're doing okay, you can just press play basically and fight through the whole thing, and then you'll sort of assess your item situation when you get to the end. But there's other things in here, like allowing changing fight speed. For some reason this thing is not enabled by default, and what that does is that in the top here you have this expedition speed adjustment bar, but this combat speed one doesn't show up until you enable that feature. So if you don't go digging in the option settings, you might never know that combat speed is like a thing. Such as myself, I didn't know. Meaning that now when we go into combat it looks like this instead, which is much faster. And I've also unlocked like all the tiles and everything, so that's pretty cool. Oof. So I'm contemplating building up a river on this end for some more enemies, and to make use of the river tile. Been messing with those a little bit, trying to like figure out the best strategy and stuff. And I think I've like arrived at a conclusion at this point. Because it's like, what it does is that it doubles the effect of adjacent landscape tiles, okay? Which means that if I place a thicket over here, which produces 2% hero attack speed, it actually gives me 4% attack speed. You can even see that already now. And as a matter of fact, if it loops around, and for each adjacent tile, not diagonally of course, for each adjacent tile that there's a river on, it doubles the effect further. And if I remember correctly, if I were to like make a bend around this forest here, it would be double of double, meaning instead of 4%, it would be 8% already if it went around that other corner. And if I went around the last one, it would be, I assume, 16%. I can't quite recall though, because when I tested it, it was a little bit of a while back now, so I can't quite remember, but that's what I seem to remember being the case at least. Yeah, we'll be breezing through these enemies. And I also survived for a lot of waves, which is something you need in order to unlock a temporal beacon, which speeds up the day in its AoE effect, which is kind of cool. And what that basically means is that the days pass by 50% faster when in the vicinity of those. Yeah. Let's do like this. So in other words, you get like 50% more use essentially out of your HP per day recovery rate. As well as other things, like enemies spawn more frequently as a result too. Which is pretty powerful, I found out early on, because it allows you to get a lot of enemies without having, when you don't have a lot of buildings, so that you progress through the map slower, so that you can acquire more items, but most importantly, all the resources in the game. Pretty useful. But yeah, this 2.5x speed is a game changer, because I was feeling that the game was slowing down to a point where it's like, okay, the early game parts of like playing the game, like each session, so to speak, was becoming rather slow and repetitive, mostly repetitive, you know. But now it's a little bit better. Don't really seem to need any of these items yet. Ooh, treasury. Let's put that up here. Yeah, and again, I'm putting down rocks this time because you see it says plus 4 HP as a baseline and then plus 4 HP for every adjacent rock or mountain, meaning that these produce only 7 HP for each adjacent rock or mountain, which is kind of like less, since if we use that case with 2 rocks adjacent to each other, they each produce 8 hit points per rock because of how the bone, like they both have a baseline of 4 and they both get a bonus of 4 because they're both adjacent to each other. If you did the same with 2 mountains, it would only be wait, did I do that wrong? No, it was 8. It would be 16 hit points, sorry. Yeah, 16 hit points. If you did that with a mountain, it would only surmount to 2 mountains. It would only surmount to 14 hit points. And it doesn't matter how many mountains are in play. In terms of this logic, it will always mean that mountains are inferior to rocks, which I don't quite understand. You would think that the mountains would be better than the rocks because they're like taller or something, but in terms of how the game calculates the values for the rocks, it seems that the rocks tend to have on occasions, because it shifts over time due to other factors, but it seems like the rocks, they do have on occasion this upper hand where they produce more hit points than the mountains for some reason, and I'm not entirely sure why that is. It doesn't make much sense to me, but you know, it is what it is, I suppose. Okay, maybe we should start putting some things in here, because we got some pretty good stuff now. Yeah, I'm doing a Necromancer attack speed build. So I'm pretty fond of the Necromancer, honestly. It's definitely my kind of playstyle. I find it really hard to get myself at least to go back to playing the Rogue, simply because of how it works. something about spawning like a lot of skeletons and then using those as your tanky sort of minions is just really appealing to me. Maybe I should have equipped one of those tomes earlier. Oh well. Too late for that now. Nope. Just a bunch of mountains and forests. And I'm intentionally not putting those down because they're inferior to the thickets. So even though I could gain some stat bonuses from them, it would be inferior to if I just wait for thickets to come into play. As a result, I would rather wait. Not like we seem to be having any trouble so far, at least. And every time I put down a thicket near these river pieces, I get like, you know, double up on the effects of it, so probably want to wait with this village actually. So that's why we already have 19% attack speed, along with, like, it's partially because of our items, but yeah, mostly because of those thickets that have been put down. And if we got a bookery, we can convert those inferior cards to the better variants, but we just don't have those at the moment, so we'll make do with that. I don't really want to put down this village because I know that when I do, a bandit camp is gonna spawn, and those can break your items, the bandits that is. So that whenever they attack you, they have a chance of tearing down an item being lost forever. Oof. Okay. So the card shop could be useful because I'm on the third map. So we have like a, you know, 10% chance of retaining a card that we put down, so we can put down more. Or we get a chance for spawning a chest. The chest is nice, but I think for this it makes more sense to like go for the other one. Because even though cards are also finite until like you fill out the map, items are also like, at some point they stop becoming a real problem because there's just so many enemies each loop. And I don't seem to recall whether or not the treasure chests were even worth it. You get like really good items taking out those scorch worms, I found out. That seems to be the Achilles heel I was like facing up against before, not really thinking about it too much. Is that I was putting in too many low tier enemies, relatively speaking, mind you. And with low tier enemies, I do mean that they were low tier, but once you get like far enough in, they start becoming really strong. And because they're like really strong all of a sudden, but they're still low tier, they take more effort to take out, like kill and defeat, but they reward you with in stuff that's not good enough. So you're like expending or losing a lot of health taking them out, and you're not getting items that make you stronger. And for me, that just resulted in a situation where I was just getting like absolutely destroyed by these rat wolves and stuff, and I weren't getting any items that helped me actually take them out. So therefore I've started opting in for like stronger enemies. I've taken the rat wolves out entirely from my deck actually. So even though they were like a good source for like getting a lot of units in quickly, the spider dens seem to be doing a better job. They're easier to control too, because they don't move out into other tiles, so you don't get like a billion units. Yeah, and these scorchworms, see, like, I got like some really good items. So we got like a shield here, which has really good defensive baseline stat, but also adds to our summon skeleton level, summon quality and skeleton level. And we even got this level 6 book here, which is of orange quality. Nice. And that's kind of how I figured out that like doing the Scorchworm tactic is really strong. We got our first bookery. And the reason why the Scorchworms are so strong is that, yes, they have a 40% chance of fleeing instead of being defeated, but whenever you defeat one, they get like, give you that really good loot. But on top of that, there's actually another benefit too, because the Scorchworms also provide resources when you go through the ruins. So you get like iron ore and stuff like that really quickly. Okay, so now we can put down the village, no problem. Yeah, we put down a second one because we got an Oblivion card, which is what I was hoping for. Oh, we even got another one. It's like overcompensating now. Goblin camp can probably stay for now. We could nuke it, but I don't think we necessarily should. I've also started putting down less mountain tiles and rock tiles. So the fact that I'm only making use of the rocks instead of the mountains is not a problem. And the reason why is that let me just finger out this one. Yes. And the reason why is that hit points, although it helps you out, doesn't really make you stronger. It just prolongs the inevitable if you're not strong enough, if you can put it that way. So it's better to have HP regeneration instead of banking on, you know, just tanking through the situations. Because with a large hit point pool, you're kind of bound to use like a lot of tiles on the mountains, and that is space that you could use for gaining attack speed and health regeneration instead. So that's why I opt for the alternative, since HP regeneration and especially attack speed helps you out a ton, because that actually improves your survivability. Okay. See, if I put this over here, I could technically put another treasury there eventually if I get the option to. And we want to loop the river all the way down and then eventually all the way up. Because then going with the river all the way down should double the doubled effect, if I remember correctly. I need to monitor that too, so I need to like pay attention next time I get the chance. Put down a river tile. Or actually not the next time, but the next time after that. Then I get to actually see if I gain more out of this one thicket that's there. And if I do, I can see like exactly how much. Oop, another bird. Ooh, okay. This is really good. 0.25 to skeleton level for a loop. So for each loop that we do now, we get 0.25 skeleton level just added every single time, which is I found really strong, because you know your items eventually might start falling behind, but if you get like a guaranteed sort of skeleton level increase for each loop you do, then that is like something that will always be there, right? It's a permanent bonus. Okay, so if I put this thicket now, like my attack speed is 35%, so if I put this down over here, it should increase by 4. 39, right? Or did I like totally misunderstand that. So if it goes from 2% attack speed multiplied by like double the effect of adjacent landscape tiles, would it go to 41 then? I put it up here. Yes, it does. I must have just done some like brain fart math or something. I have no clue what that was all about. Yeah, I must just have been half asleep still or something. It does happen. And now, basically what my new strategy is that I'll just put rocks around the mountain and make the mountain, but beyond that I'll pretty much stop putting down the rock tiles, because at that point now I end up around 1,000 hit points, and that seems to do the job for pretty much, you know, what I need to do. Because gear will give me defense as well as evasion, and that tends to do a pretty good job at like keeping me safe. And had an oblivion card ready for that sucker. Okay, so now we get to see here. So plus 2%. So if this were to only double the initial effect of 2%, then we will go from 45% attack speed to 47. Otherwise, it will go from 45 to 49%, right? So let's see if it goes to 47%. Yeah, see, so it went to 49%. So it's like doubling the doubled effect, I guess. Or it's, I guess it's just doubling that 2%. It's not doubling the doubled effect, my bad. Okay. See, I was thinking about that last night because I was a bit unsure on how that whole thing worked. In terms of like, what do you call it? Its efficiency, its validity as like a strategy. Because if the river tiles double the effect of the thicket, remember, we could have put another thicket in its place, right? Apart from these river tiles up against the road. But this river tile could have been a thicket as well, which would produce 2%. Which means that when you're doubling the baseline effect of this card, that's put down here, and you're only doing one side of the river, basically, it's as if you just put down a thicket. It's literally the same effect as an end result, because you know, you're doubling the effect of this tile that's next to it, but you're doing it at the cost of a tile that then does on its own nothing. And that's the concept I sort of had to grasp my mind around yesterday, because that essentially means that by default, if you only have landscape tiles on one side of a river, then the river doesn't really do you anything other than the fact that you need less thicket tiles. And you know, when you roll for a river tile, is always going to be useful, whereas if you get a forest tile, it's, you know, you don't necessarily want to put it down. However, it does mean that if you have a thicket on the opposite side as well, you gain a 50% increase on the efficiency of those thickets. And the reason why it's only a 50% increase, not 100, is because, you know, you need to account for the tile that uses up the river itself, as I just said. So essentially meaning that if you put something on both sides of the river, it actually starts amplifying its effect. Which also means that if you were to be able to put something on three sides of a river, it would be better, but since the river always has to go somewhere, that's never the case. So it's a bit of a moot point, right? But yeah, that does mean that when I finish the river up in the end down here, it doesn't really matter if the last line up here to the left is all thickets or if it's just a river. It doesn't matter because it gives the same end effect, which is pretty I don't know if you can, I would call it interesting, but it's good to know at least. Because it means that you don't have to worry about like whether or not you're going to get river tiles for this entire route. And essentially means that if I start running out of space for thickets, I can just start putting them in at the top up here, while also continuing the river around. Or I could put the thickets anywhere else in the map. And then if eventually this is the last strip of terrain that needs placement, it doesn't matter if I put down a thicket or a river. Or a meadow for that matter, but that's a completely different case, so... where do we want to put these meadows though? Because I do like them. Guess we can put them in the corners. To these mountains. Dear God. This is one tanky bird. Look at these shield things that need to be like broken down. Yeah, that's another thing, like you notice how we got like this ring here. It does give skeleton level, which is really good, but you'll be sacrificing stuff like defense and evasion for it. Now, I've kind of noticed that that is the case with a lot of things where they don't really pay off in terms of rewards that well. And that's why I was saying what I did earlier, where like certain things are just not worth it anymore, like the rat wolves, for instance. They're just not worth it. They don't really give you a good enough payoff. And let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we can put down a 5th village without anything spawning. And you'll notice that I'm putting these like staggered, you know, every second tile is a ruins. And that's because those scorch worms are ranged units. And by putting a village in between, you prevent anything apart from potentially bandits spawning in those tiles, which is a pretty strong strategy, because if there's literally 2 ruins next to each other, it means you'll have to fight off 4 scorch worms while also being pelted by another 3 scorch worms, I think is the max, because they shoot from the neighboring tile over. And that's that can be pretty tricky to deal with. But because I put in a village in between every second tile here, it means that no enemies can spawn either, so you don't get into a fight here where you also get pelted by ranged units. So you can reap all the benefits from having the scorch worms around without them being an absolute mess to deal with. Since they're ranged units, they also get like negative detrimental effects whenever you're actually attacking them directly. So it's that's why they're so good for farming materials, because and items, right? Because you can basically take them on with very little risk involved. Another temporal beacon, let's fill it down there. Those also have an effect that they can spawn in other units that produce some materials that are fairly difficult to acquire otherwise, or very important and very useful. I also found out that these mermaids or whatever, mermen, aren't that strong either, but they produce at least pretty decent items, so they're also quite useful to have around. Yeah, these guys, these watchers, they're spawned by the temporal beacons. They work in a way where for as long as there's an enemy that doesn't have a shield, they'll continuously give them shields, and then when there's no valid target left, they'll bugger out and get out of here. there. So I think the idea is that you basically build enough things warranting them to stay around for long enough for you to take them out. I don't know where to put this though. Could technically start putting them on the insides. Having it on this road might be useful. Oh, we've got some Streamraiders. So let's take a little break from this. Let's see what we got. Okay, we've got a good handful of units, 10 units. Cool. Okay, you guys. Start by cursing these enemies so they don't deal a lot of damage for us. To us. But with 2 Orc Slayers, we should be doing okay. I mean, they're pretty low level. It's been a while since I've streamed too. I wonder if that actually has any impact on the strength of the fights as well. That rogue's like going fucking AWOL here. It's definitely keeping the attention of the enemies. It's good. But yeah, I haven't been feeling all that well recently because I got the second vaccine shot and I expected to lie down sick for at least a day, maybe 2, but it ended up like affecting me for like 4 to 5 days. One day, which was over the weekend, where I just couldn't do anything really. Didn't have energy to like play video games or barely even stay awake, so I just ended up sleeping all the time away. Okay, so we want to go top. That blue skin box. Skin loot chest. Oh shit. Okay, all of a sudden there's a lot of enemies. Okay. Well then. See, I can do one of 2 things. I can either put down a healer to support you guys, or I can put down a strong unit so that we can take out some of the other units, but then you guys gotta support like the strong units. I'll let that up to you. But yeah, I felt like absolute trash. It was not a good time for sure. And it wasn't really like thankfully it wasn't, you know, like a real illness, because it's basically just your immune system responding to the vaccine. So you don't have all of the like what would you even call it? Detrimental health effects. Okay, what can we do here? Ooh, we can get that max energy shield for each summoned skeleton for the rest of the expedition. Let's do that because that adds to our survivability as a permanent thing rather than what the Ooh. Okay, watch this. So our attack speed right now is 71. If I put this down here, went up to 83. So from 71 to 83. Oh, that's so nice. But yeah, it was very unpleasant. Kind of want to put this ring on the right hand side so we can get more skeletons. Going with the speed build after all. That's peculiar. These 2 books look very much identical visually and level wise, but for some reason the book that I currently have equipped has a way higher baseline skeleton level, to the point where this tome down here doesn't even get close to it. Has higher evasion though. Kind of weird. I don't know. But yeah, no like major detrimental health side effects or whatever. I just felt like absolute trash. The main issue was actually just that due to the increased heart rate, due to the, I assume, immune system working its magic, because my heart was basically beating at twice the normal heart rate. I was just overheating so bad. I couldn't sleep at all. It was almost impossible to fall asleep because I was just first freezing like absolutely terrible. And then the next thing would be that I basically couldn't lie down without sweating like a motherfucker. And there was just no in between. It was always one or the other. And that's not fun. And that's kind of really where I felt that the vaccine was doing stuff, is when like going to bed on the first day and just I was shivering so bad, like it was terrible, to the point where like my teeth were even like, you know, like rattling or whatever you want to call it, because I could just not get enough heat. And then going from that, sort of waking in the next morning and then being just drenched in sweat, only having slept 4 hours too, which didn't make it any better. Oh my god, give me all the runes, yes. Just got like 3 runes out of 1 card, nice. But then after that, it wasn't too terrible, but I was just so tired and exhausted from that whole like ordeal that my appetite was completely gone too. So not only weren't I really that hungry, but I just also didn't have any desire to eat at all. It was like a bit unpleasant too, because that also just made me tired. It's like a never-ending circle, right? But then it went over from the whole thing being like a fucking nightmare to just being very unpleasant. So my temperature would switch, like go up and down based off of whatever mood swings my immune system had. And trying to make sense of it, I could not, so I would just randomly be freezing, and then I would be randomly like sweating my ass off. But the worst part was then that it's like I started having this weird stomach churning like unpleasantness, not nausea or anything, just like, I don't know, my stomach just didn't feel right, or whatever muscles you have around the stomach area more like. So it wasn't like a bad stomach or a stomach ache, but whenever I exerted myself, even taking a shower, like, you know, scrubbing down and stuff, was enough to get it like going. Yeah, that stuff really just made me so fucking nauseous, to the point where I had to just sit down and take a breather because my body was just like overworking itself for some reason. So anything that got my heart rate up was just a no-go pretty much. And that was a bit of a problem because I'd run out of groceries at that point. Meaning that I didn't have any much left to eat for dinner and stuff. And I mean, you can't go about not eating something, so eventually you do have to go out and get it. So I made some compromises in terms of what I was eating. Why would my fucking ass handed to me here? Maybe we need some more defense and evasion. It's just not anything I really want to sacrifice. Oh, max skeletons. Maybe that might be useful instead. Either that or skeleton level. That's a lot of skeleton level in that one. does also provide a little bit of defense, which could be good. They're level 5 something, so if I put this on, they become level 6.7. Should be okay. Oh crap. Got a bandit cam there. That's not ideal. Hopefully it's gonna be fine though. Okay, we can put a meadow in here, because that also does a doubling effect after all of these chrono crystals. Which, fun fact, you can double the doubled effect. I think. No, wait. What happens if... How does that actually work? Because the rivers, they double the effect of nearby landscaping tiles, but it doesn't, you know, it doesn't change their internal effect. Like, it still says 2% on these, for instance. The same as the Blooming Meadows, it still says +3 hit points instead of +6, which it does do. But I wonder if that works together with the Chrono Crystals, because this says doubles the effect of a day's passing on the tiles around it. And since the Blooming Meadows only heal the HP at each day, and it's getting doubled by this river, I assume it doubles the doubled effect. So it'll be 6 hit points from the river, but then 12 hit points because of the Chrono Crystals, because they happen after each other, so to speak, instead of simultaneously. I don't know. That is actually pretty peculiar. These Watcher mages have spawned because we have the bookeries have been exhausted, and it's within range of the temporal beacon. So instead of those tomes that come out of them, they spawn those Watchers instead. So that gives you like a, you know, one more roll for like useful stuff that might help you out. Also, of course, more items. Okay, so we're at 1.34 HP per day. I'm tempted to put them up here, but the thing is, the meadows are really best served like being placed next to like the chrono crystals. Since yes, the thickets and meadows are both affected by the rivers, but the river is like limited in terms of where it can be, and you tend to have all this interior space over here, which, you know, hard to get a river over there. And chrono crystals only double the effect of the meadows, so what that means is that if you want to get the most out of them, you know, you don't want to put thickets inside their AoE. And since the chrono crystals need to be placed next to a road, there's only so many places that you can put those anyway, so trying to make use of those areas where the chrono crystals can reach to affect the meadows instead of being like, you know, within range of a bunch of thickets or whatever, is what I would definitely recommend doing. Okay, so we've pretty much built all the rocks that I want. Now we're at like 1100 hit points, which is more than enough. So with the bookeries, hopefully we can like put them convert to something a bit more useful. And we did get another bookery. I think we want to put that over here. Could really make use of a Oblivion card, but not gotten any yet. So kind of just stuck with what we have. But yeah, I can like put these chrono crystals to effect here by making them reach in instead, and then putting the meadows in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So if I put down another village, it's gonna spawn yet another bandit camp. I kind of think that is not worth it. I've even contemplated pulling the villages out entirely, because The items are pretty cool, but I don't know how much worth it becomes, because it does also increase like, or require you to take out an enemy that has vastly increased hit points in order to get those rewards. Ooh, this shield, it provides less defense, but another max skeleton? Yes, let's go for it. But yeah, the problem with the villages is that every 2 villages will spawn a bandit camp. So if you don't have any villages, you don't get bandit camps. If you don't get bandit camps, you don't get bandits and can break your items. Look at that sucker. So it's like if you really boil it down to what do you gain out of keeping it in your deck versus like essentially like what's the alternative of like what do you lose when you take it out of your deck? What do you gain from keeping it in? Well, you gain the option of getting better items at the cost of having to do these more difficult quests, let's put them like that. But the question is it worth it? Like, does the quality increase actually make enough of a difference to the point where you gain more? Like, you actually gain something useful in the end? Because it's not every time that you get a good item after all, so you know, might be worth contemplating pulling them out of the deck if the ruins, they can produce items that are just as good, if not better, and more consistently. Because after all, each enemy on a ruins tile can produce a really good item, which is about, if not better, typically than the quest rewards from what I've noticed. Hold on. Shield of Faith is kind of useless, because this requires the hero to kill enemies, and you don't really do that as a necromancer. This is just a thing that you only get once per loop, even though they pass between battles, but the preparation for ceremony will be the first 2 skeletons in each day. And with the temporal beacon, stays pass by faster, so maybe that's gonna be the strategy there. Let's try it out, shall we? But yeah, I've basically contemplated that maybe it's better to like take out the villages and then only use the ruins. The only thing is then I don't have like anything to like prevent spawns in those intermediate tiles, which could also be like an argument for keeping them in still, which is part of why it's such a hard decision. There's other factors too, like for instance, consider that where do I want to put this? I guess the only real usefulness would be up here. And get those meadow tiles in here. But there's another use for it too, like you can consider the HP increase of that one enemy for each quest as like a positive as well, because it prolongs the time that you stay in a loop and gives you more time for days to pass. And you know, I would argue that there would be some truth to that. Oh, this is actually a problem now. Oh, yeah, we should try and put them in over here, even if they can't spawn in. But I don't know, because eventually, like, once you get the ball rolling, you can get like through these areas with all the scorch worms, even if you're getting pelted, because your attack speed is going to be so high that you can like outspawn enemies, taking down your skeletons. Can't use the river tiles for anything anymore. Ooh, might this be worth it? Higher skeleton level and more skeletons. at the cost of like 3D friends, half a hit point of regeneration, and 6% evasion. I think so. Because the attack speed is so high now that getting that auto range unit will speed up. Like, it'll just be stronger. It'll just be stronger. Ooh. We're capping out on this river as well in terms of its efficiency. Oh my god, the boss. This is the first— I haven't beaten this boss yet, by the way. And each boss has this like own boss music, so that's pretty cool. Might put the combat speed down just to normal when I'm taking on that boss, because I have never fought it before. Okay, we can put down another village now. Let's see, spawns a band came, but we are prepared. Haha, nuke it. Almost like regenerating 200 hit points a day as well, so that's pretty good. Which is another reason why I don't really care too much about a really high hit point pool, because getting regeneration is better, since it restores your hit points as long as you can, well, contain it, I guess. Okay. Put that down there. What does the tile even say? I don't know. Incursion. It's time to face the destiny of this world. Radiates with powerful energy that devours space and time itself. Curious to see what the boss is like. Oh, we got another bookery. We can put down here to good effect, I would say. And we got another bookery, because it didn't consume the card. Okay. Well, I guess we'll just put it down up here. So we'll try and do another loop after this boss. I think we can do it. Would it be worth putting down a temporal beacon here just for the sake of that one tile? Maybe in the long run, I don't know. Eventually, we could also put down one here. But right now I want to save it in case I get another treasury. Well, actually I can just offset that by one, that's no problem. Yeah, these guys got no chance anymore. So many units. Not even getting like room for ranged skeletons. Yeah, I don't really want to put a spider's nest here because that's going to start overriding the scorchworm spawns, which is a no bueno. So we can put down a nest here. Okay, anywhere else that we can squeeze these in? Yeah, let's switch not to patch speed, just 1 XP. Oh my god, this guy looks pretty mad. Know your place, dog. Not the most polite greeting I've ever heard. Oh, apologies. Wasn't talking to you. My loyal hounds like to fool around sometimes. Keeping discipline is important. Woof. Fucking void dogs or whatever the hell these things are. And as for you, my little hero, know your place, dog. Who the hell are you? Oh, well, let's see. Sometimes the need arises to kill the whole herd in the pen, but not without a reason, of course. and as you start the culling, a couple of bulls break the fence and run off into the forest. But that won't do. Every one of them has to die. That's the whole point, you see? And that is where the hunter comes in, to track down every rebellious bull and shoot it dead. So don't even talk politeness to me, my little hero. Not only do you avoid the universal annihilation, but also resist this magnificent undertaking. How's that polite? I've heard enough of this kind of talk. I beg your pardon. All of you seem to have some wonderful and profound reason to participate in this cataclysm. And you all ignore the fact that we all want to keep on living. It stinks to be exterminated, you know. Frankly speaking, I don't give a damn. I just enjoy the hunt. And now, if you will excuse me, I will feed the remnants of your world to my hounds. These are like world-eating dogs. They'll eat it all in one bite as if their stomachs were black holes. Yeah. I hope your hunting skills are as bad as your jokes. Not that it matters, the joke will get you very soon. Sick him. Woof. Okay, so gains 100% damage buff and heals for 40% max HP each time an ally dies. Okay. How long does that last for? Jaunt. When hit 3 times in a row, it escapes to the astral plane and distracts attackers from itself. Returns after 3 attacks. Dealing a critical hit with, whoa, 250% damage, okay. And the hunter himself, he also gains that pack sense. Fills the hound's attack bar by 50% instead of every second attack, okay. Star powder. With every shot, distracts attackers from himself if they have other targets to attack. He never misses. Okay, so you cannot evade it, I suppose. Evasion doesn't affect him. His attacks. We seem to be doing okay though. He's almost dead already. Jeez. Dude. I like the bosses in this game though. Actually, just all the enemies in general are really creative. Ah, oh, what fun. Such a shame. Cornered by my own game and killed. Now, tell me everything you know. Oh, please, you don't really think now's the moment I acknowledge your power and tell you all I know out of sheer respect, do you? I'm dying here, you know. Not a great time for revelations, and besides, you killed my hounds, you bastard. You think I feel good about that? Don't confuse your motivations with mine. I hope you don't have this annoying habit of coming back to life unharmed, do you? As I lay here dying, a new body has already been made for me in the heart of the greatest black hole. So yes, I will be back. Don't think I'm that easy. My hunt shall continue and there's no place in the universe where I wouldn't track you down. Don't have to make things so complicated. I'm not going anywhere and I'm not going to hide. I actually feel better knowing you will be wasting your time on me instead of destroying other worlds. I hear the sound of the horn and the barking of my loyal hounds. A new hunt begins. A new hunt. These guys are a real nuisance. They give me hope though. They wouldn't waste their time on me unless I was a real threat to their goal. Okay. And we get a perk choice. For whom the horn tolls. I just got that achievement, okay. So, when the hero health falls below 20%, he may attack 4 times with 2x damage attack speed. I wonder if that also just means that you get 4 attacks, aka for the Necromancer allows you to summon things faster, but... Here's a 60% chance to reflect a range shot into a random enemy. That sounds really useful, because there's not really anything else that you can do for ranged attacks. After killing an enemy, your next attack will deal 2x loop extra damage. Yeah, there's only one choice here, because the others rely too much on like hero damage, and they're traits, so it's not like they're a guaranteed thing. Ooh, if we could get another skeleton. Ooh, yes. That's what we want. Okay, let's do another loop though. Because that guy died way too fast. We can speed it up now. Like if I had run through that fight at full speed, like it would have been over before I even knew what even was going on. I was actually having some difficulties actually progressing in the game, but now like no way am I having any issues. Okay, so time that we start filling out the rest of the map of these buildings. Where to start though, because we have like 5 treasuries that haven't even been completed yet. I think this one up here is the closest for completion. Oh, and I believe we can put one more house down, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So a 9th would be okay. But yeah, look how many orange items we're getting now because of all those scorch worms. If they were rat wolf groves instead, they would not provide like anything useful basically. And part of the reason why I think is because of the arsenal building, the golden card. It allows you to have like another item slot, but it reduces the overall item quality of things. Okay, so you guys put down 16 units. Jeez. Okay, well, let's try and curse these blokes down here. There's 7 of you guys in here. A lot of units. It's nice to see. But yeah, hopefully we can take out these enemies quickly so that our archer DPSs don't get like backdoored. That rogue is like catching their attention though. It's doing a pretty good job at it. But now, ooh, that's a big horde of enemies. I don't know if we can do this, guys. It's always like so sketchy. We do seem to be doing okay though. It's like always a problem when you get like critical mass coming your way, but we're doing okay. And there's that one going on in the distance. Pressured! You guys probably also have some pretty high level units. Yeah. Cool. That definitely helps. And the coin is down. And pro streamer gets barbarian scrolls and Stevan gets some gold. Okay, and then we're on for the loyalty skin chest. So this would be the time to pop down your epic units. Yeah. A lot of level 20 worms, so we probably can make use of a good amount of fast and or ranged units. How strong is the flying rogue again? Not that strong. And these worms do 26 damage. Ouch. So that's gonna be a pain. Because if I put down a musketeer, he's basically gonna be one-shotted. Well, maybe not. Depends. Siege units might actually also be a good idea. So if you have any of those, consider those as well. Oh boy, you're in here. Nice. Not up there, but back here maybe. Some support units. This should about do it. So that's like the general gist. Some support to like keep our range units alive while we take down these tough ass worms. Well, they're not really tough, they're just like very dangerous because their DPS is pretty bad on us. Of course, you can also try and backdoor the rats so they don't become a problem, but they're not really an issue to begin with. They do so little damage and they don't really have any hit points, it seems. So even if these were to come into close range, like 12 damage compared to 14 damage even on the level 10s is nothing. So I think it's more important to put down range units actually. Either that or like really tanky units to direct the attention. Hello there. Hello. Hey boy, how are you doing? As you can see, I'm alive again. I haven't streamed in so long. I'm doing better. I'm definitely doing better. I was doing pretty horrible in terms of my health for like a couple days, but it's getting back to normal again. I'm not super tired and stuff anymore. Can actually play video games and stream as well. I don't think you know if you can. Yeah, you can actually still. Don't know if it'll be picked up on stream, but nah, probably not. But I've got like a nice, you know, yellowish mark right here now, where they injected the second vaccine shot, and holy hell, this time around was so much worse. My left arm was dead yesterday because of the second shot, but I don't feel it anymore. Yeah, that is not nice. Yeah, I don't know, I don't feel like she did nearly as good a job as the first person whom I got a shot from. I think that lady did a way better job. Because this one, like, there was like blood coming out and shit. And there was like no blood whatsoever the first time I got poked. So, it was a little bit, oh shit, that was actually misplaced. Okay. So I was a little bit, disappointed by that. It didn't hurt more than the first time, but I could definitely like feel the pain it was way severe afterwards, like way worse. Did not even feel anything the first time. Huh. Okay, that might just have been lucky, or they might not have hit your where they should have. Because it's supposed to go into your muscle, which is why it hurts. Like, second time around, I could just not do anything with my arm at all. It would just be in constant agony. But I got super sick on the second injection, like really sick. And couldn't really do anything. I've been like bedridden for 2 to 3 days almost. Well, not explicitly bedridden, I've been like up and about, but you know, I couldn't really do anything productive. I couldn't really do much of anything, really. But it's better now. Apparently I had the best person for it that day. Well, it sounds like it. Also the person that did my second injection, she was like so boring, for lack of better words. She didn't exactly catch on to like a joke I made as one example. Should we use this card on anything? I don't know. Oh, I know what we do. We put down a village which will spawn a bandit camp which we then nuke. There we go. We're almost in terms of how many hit points I want to be able to regenerate though, so. But yeah, like I've been so fucking sick basically. It's been pretty bad, honestly. Ooh, we can use this. Will affect our skeleton level though. I think that's worth it. It's better than the right hand side ring though. So I was like feeling okay after the shot, of course. Went home, spent my day chilling out, and then by the come evening I started feeling really terrible. Like headache started like appearing, and I started getting colder and just not nauseous. I just started getting really tired, really. And ended up going to bed a little earlier than anticipated and didn't sleep well at all. Like I slept for about 4 hours before waking up, and it was like 8 in the morning, because also like no, not on the first day, sorry, I'm getting things mixed up. It was like very early in the morning and I couldn't like sleep. I think it was like 4 AM or something. Which one did you have again? The Moderna? This is the one that I had. Which most people say that they don't have had any issues with that vaccine, but apparently I did. Yeah, it's Pfizer. Okay. Yeah, I've got like a friend that also got Pfizer. Contemplating if I need to put down, if I can make do without putting down any more of those meadows, just to have more space for attack speed. I think we're gonna go for attack speed. But yeah, like, that night was so terrible. I went to bed, my teeth were just rattling because I started feeling just absurdly cold, to the point where I just couldn't get under like a warm blanket fast enough. And when I woke up, the reason why I couldn't sleep was because I was just drenched in sweat. So my body had done a 180. So what had happened was that my heart rate basically doubled, and as a result my entire body started like heating up way more than it's used to. And since I couldn't get rid of the heat in like proper ways, I basically couldn't sleep as a result. And that was like so unpleasant. And the day after, then I also sort of, this headache just retained its presence to the point where like I was just really tired. And those are the most common after effects. I mean, that's kind of what I assume. It's like your immune system responding, and then your body doing what it normally does in reaction to like a regular virus or something. But that's just an assumption, of course, so I wouldn't know for sure. I really like It Matters. Main point is just that I felt awful. It was not a good time. And then, like, on the second day, because I was having those temperature, like, ups and downs, I of course had trouble sleeping, so because I'd been sleeping all day, I couldn't fall asleep at night until like I went to bed at 4 a.m. basically, staying up super late. But I didn't sleep for more than about 4 hours before waking up just drenched in sweat and not being able to like sleep anymore. It was just unpleasant. The worst part though is that I quickly ran out of supplies because I hadn't prepared well enough in advance, so I didn't have enough food for like to make, or enough stuff to like make proper dinner and such anymore. As you can imagine, that's a bit of a problem. Especially when like after the second day, the headaches had pretty much gone away. The temperature up and down were still like in effect, but not as severe anymore. But then I just had this weird like body churning nausea or whatever it is. Not nausea. It's best described as like loss of breath, but I didn't have any trouble breathing. It's just almost as if whatever air it was taking in wasn't like providing with enough oxygen. Hey Kevin, how are you doing? Just talking about my second vax shot and the absolute agonizing pain I went through. Good times, basically. But yeah, basically I couldn't overwork myself at that point. Damn, really? Yeah, it was not great. It was actually quite unpleasant. I've basically been like out of commission for 4 to 5 days. Yeah, you feel like you had the flu. Yeah, mine was a little bit worse than that. Ooh, look at this book. Definitely using that. Should we get another bookery? Is that even warranted at this point? There's not that many tiles left. So for anything else then, well, we can put one here, but I don't think we'll ever get to convert it or anything. But yeah, like after my second day, that loss of breath meant that I couldn't overwork myself. Like even taking a shower, scrubbing myself down was enough to get me like out of breath essentially. To the point where after that first shower, once I realized this was a thing, I had to like paradoxically get done taking my shower and like drying up quickly because I had to sit down and catch my breath. And I think it was because my heart rate was like increased or something, but yeah, I don't know. It was it's like a weird thing to describe. I've tried many times and failed, but yeah. Got some news about your job. Okay. Well, let's switch away from this whole COVID talk or this vax shot talk then and hear about your job. Because the general consensus now is just that I'm feeling much better now. I'm back on track. It's just that it took me out of commission for like almost an entire week now. My lead programmer called me in tomorrow for salary review. Okay. Damn, you guys are like really killing it, huh? Well, there's not really much else to it, so. But salary review, huh? Both you and iPeak are doing pretty good on your jobs, it sounds like. Because he's also gotten like he's gotten like 2 salary increases within the few months he's been working there. The first one happened like within the first month of him being there, and then now he's a sous chef, so another salary increase. Been there for 3 months and I'm really surprised that he called me in. Okay. I don't know. Oh, you haven't, right, so you haven't been in to actually hear about it yet. I see. I'm sure it's only positive things though. What else would it be, right? Otherwise it'd have been more urgent, I suppose. You're not good enough, you want to decrease your salary, exactly. It's like, it wouldn't be a salary review, it would be like a work performance review and then possibly being fired instead. Is what I would assume. Let's just count it as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think 10 villages is enough. Now we can just increase our attack speed pretty much. That's the only thing left that we need to do. We're also running out of like storage space for materials, but now we can start working towards some of the more rare ones. Another book. Even higher skeleton level. Since I passed the 3 months today and passed my trial period. Ah, okay. I see. So it's probably gonna be like like full pay or whatever you want to call it. Like, what would you even call it? Because it's not like you're getting like are you getting paid less because you're new there? Or is it just like a thing? Asked for more money when they hired me and they said they wanted to start low and I agreed to that. Oh, okay. Interesting. So when you say you ask for more money, are you talking about that mandatory how much do you expect to be paid question? So maybe he wants to give me what I wanted because I met the expectation. Yeah, maybe. Due to the pandemic and stuff, we can't really afford to keep you if we don't lower your pay. So would you be willing to continue working for us if we lowered your pay? That's what you don't want to hear. Probably not a thing in the IT world though. Oh, these guys are fucking getting wrecked though. Ooh, we can finish this up. We can do another loop. Yeah, that loop-based skeleton level increase is like really strong. We've got some really good items too. And if everything goes to shit, we can switch out to this book that has way higher skeleton level. The cost of one skeleton cap. Asked for 32k and they said because I'm fresh educated they'll give me 28. That's also what I would say. Or assume. Because that's what I've heard from one of our common friends. He also told me that it's like, you know, starting pay as a programmer is usually around like 28,000, but when like after a certain amount of time, which used to be like, I think he said like about a year or so, which, you know, if you've only been there for 3 months, then it's maybe not a year, but I think his His point was that within a year it would be raised to like 30 to 37,000. You know, the difference between like starting out as a new, freshly educated person and being someone who's worked in the industry. Ooh, this book is even better in terms of skeleton level. Holy shit. Doesn't seem like really needed though. That's something I've noticed about the mass skeleton attack speed build, is that it does like really well in long term, because if your attack speed is really high, you can spawn skeletons that suck up the damage, and especially if you get like stuff whenever they die, then that's pretty good. I'm noticing that we are taking a lot of damage whenever we get hit now though. Father-in-law just got a new job where he got a car and stuff as well. And I told him I was jealous and said that tomorrow I'm gonna walk in there and say I want 50k in the Volkswagen Tiguan, 600,000 car. Haha. Isn't that a bit superficial, like asking for a car just because you're jealous? Should I go for attack speed? Oh, wait, this is just plainly better. What the fuck am I talking about? It also gave attack speed. It also gave the big defense. I was wondering if I would have to train in, but nope. I guess having the villages in between the scorch worms also means you heal up in between each fight. They can always say no, I guess. Yeah, that's correct. They can always say no. Dude, this is like so fucking strong. Still. Running out of space, which is a good thing. I'm kidding, but getting what I asked for would already be yeah. I can imagine. Unfortunately, I haven't myself gotten anywhere in terms of my job search. It's like not really giving any results still. But I don't really want to talk about that, so... Race after 3 months is fucking sick. Yeah, it is. It is. I was also surprised to hear when a common friend of ours told me that he'd gotten a raise within the first month of working there. He's like progressing so fast, it's ridiculous. But he's also putting in a lot of hours, so he definitely earns it. To the point where I'm even wondering sometimes if it's really worth it. He gets like 2 hours at home each day almost, it seems like. The rest he's like out working or sleeping. And over the summer he's basically not getting any like days off because they've been so busy. Get you something. Okay. I mean, I could also have worked in a kitchen alongside our common friend. I think you might know who I'm talking about now. Without doxing him, of course. And I did actually try it out. It was an interesting experience, but I don't know if I have the physical capabilities to keep up with, you know, the need in such a place. Basically, I couldn't stand up by the end of the day. And I could hardly move around the day after either. Big P. Yes, I guess. I've never heard him referred to as the Big P. Okay, we're definitely starting to dig into the potions. This is probably the last loop. Those harpies with their shields are actually a real problem. But I think it's a good time to like call the loop. Oh man, we even get like to have another skeleton and stuff. Oh well. Made to loop 11. Retreat for now because we have so many items I want to keep. Where in the streets he got a fat cock. That's you who says that, not me. What happened? Why the shocked face? Oh yeah, right, because we beat the fucking boss. Because they nearly tore it off. I still don't quite get how I ended up victorious. There, I think you estimate yourself. No, I'm serious. That hunter, he and black holes for hounds. I think they can swallow planets whole. And the hunter's weapon, the stars were dying behind me with his every shot. With all that power, he could destroy an entire galaxy. And I'm sure he has already done that a few times. I don't understand how I could have fought him evenly. And only now I realize I could say the same about the Lich and the Priestess. Oh no, don't tell me this encounter broke your spirit. Just look, this place is becoming better. You really shouldn't give up. What are you talking about? It's quite the opposite. I'm fully confident I will succeed. It's not just a coincidence. I have the power to fight this evil and a chance to beat it. A chance, you say? Well, you could say luck is on your side. Yep. So, no introduction of some like next act boss? Nope. That does look a little bit ominous though. So what's the difference here? More resources, no limit on resources. Oh, okay, so this is where like you can go on forever. Damn, okay. My girlfriend got a job in a vicar thingy, so that's why I could get you into something, but keep your head up, my man. The day will come when you will go further in your career than you imagine. Yes, I am also sure of it. Right now, though, I'm suffering from existential dread. Because I'm going, like, my Daoping just ran out, and I'm going to be switching into the new system, and I have no idea, like, how much money I'll have to move around, so hopefully it's gonna be okay. Okay, you guys, I hope we can do this. I'm a little bit worried. Haste. Boost speed. Just speed. Okay. Let's try and put some haste on these guys to make them shoot the enemy before they get closer. Hopefully that works. That is my main concern. I guess it'll also make us maybe able to get in before they kill us. If worse comes to worse, you know where's the cows wishing for you. Actually, Big P has... I don't know why we're calling him this. I call him iPeak. He has an entire room now because he moved into like a house in the countryside. So he has an entire room that's not being used for anything that I could stay in. And he has more than enough excess space for like me to stay there too. Don't think we're doing this, guys. These worms took it out. Not enough fire rate for... keep playing though. We want that loyalty chest, and maybe now it's gonna be, or now it's probably gonna be much easier. Yep, now they are level 1, so now they do like no damage in comparison. So now we can just bull rush them with melee units that are... Like, I don't think it really matters that much. Bump it up. Damage boost to ally units. DPS. This is just like long range, I guess. Could either be the beast thingy or just the Templar. Meh. You guys do you. I should probably put myself up there, oh well. But yeah, I guess if we put down, like spread our units out between where the enemies are at, we can get to them faster and then hopefully take them out. Place your units on the second go. So you don't want to try out my couch, huh? I see how it is. Well, maybe. Because I wouldn't have to. I'd rather not have to. Okay, I don't think we have any more cards that I've unlocked. Oh, right, supply. Let's just quickly see what we got here. I think this one doesn't stack, right? Yeah, the effects don't stack, so that can be like dismantled. 1 defense. That's all it does. Okay, what else? Don't think we really got any items that I want to make use of, I suppose. So this war camp would increase the hero strength, but that doesn't really matter when you don't have like the need for it. So I could upgrade one of the mud huts. What would that give me again? 1 axe thingy. I believe, which is the axis? I think that would be the tools section. It's a little bit annoying that these icons are not consistent with the miniaturized one when you're looking here. Oh, for furniture, for max equipped items, and for food. Ah, so if I look over here, yeah, so it is tools. Okay. We should still call him Big P though. Big PP. I can even upgrade this shack. Okay. Oh, that is expensive. Potion makers. Most of these are just mud huts that can be upgraded, and then there's the towers. There's that war camp, but doesn't really like do much for me. None of these buildings can be upgraded. Nope. I do feel there's like a bit of a lack of upgrade variety in the end game. Guess I could upgrade some towers. Or 1 tower. Not plural. Yeah, now we should be able to have like more, yeah, we have more tool upgrades. So if I could equip more items, I could equip this for defense. Which, let's actually do that, because even though 1 defense is not a lot, it does sort of work together with this item here. No. I thought there was... Okay, maybe not. I thought there was like a... Oh yeah, right, it's 1 defense for every card in your hand, not the opposite way around. Not defense related bonuses. For some reason I thought it was that way around, I don't know why. Anyways. Yeah. Max HP for each whole resource gained during this expedition. Oh yeah, that's also another thing. Like, I gain 3 hit points every time I gain like a full resource stack, which is going to be pretty useful on the 4th act because, well, there's no limit on resources. Anyways though, I think that is enough Loop Hero for the time being. So let's see. Wanted to switch into another game. And I was thinking just some Rise to Ruins. But as soon as the game popping out of nowhere that we can play together again. Yeah, there was that there's like one game that came out on Steam very recently. I can show or just share it with you if I can freaking remember what it was called. Might even be trending still. No. Okay. What was it called again? I was so sure that it was like trending, maybe not. Damn, this is annoying. Oh, I think I might have linked it to... No. Oh, I shared it somewhere. But maybe not. It's like it's a session-based survival game. Co-op? Yeah, it's a session-based survival game. I don't think I'll recommend the game, but it looked very interesting. Let's try and refresh the Steam front here, see if it pops in. Oh, actually, I might be able to just go onto my wish list because I think I put it on here. Oh god, it would be at the bottom, wouldn't it? Nope, it's not. Shit. Oh yeah, this is not, this is like sorted in some weird way. Shoot. Oh, what the hell was it called? Can I date edit? There we go. Icarus, that's what it was called. Session based. Yes, that's what made it like curious to me. But I don't think I'll recommend it because I've got like I'm a little bit worried about it. So it's a session based survival game, meaning that you drop down on the planet from space, and then depending on your session settings, you have anywhere from, what does it say, like, it says down here is like escape in time. It says your time on Icarus is limited, so always watch the clock and use every second wisely. The orbital space station waits for no one. If you fail to return to your dropship in time, there is no rescue. Your character's progress and tech is lost to planet Icarus. Choose between sessions that can last from hours to days to weeks, or play on the side of caution and build a permanent outpost. Every drop has a clear goal, but how you overcome its challenges is up to you. Yes. So that's what it means with session-based, meaning that you can have you can have like a full loop, if you will, as in with like one play session if you do it in like a few hours, and I assume that the goals are reflected based on the session length that you set. Or you can make them more long-term, or even permanent apparently. Now, this is the most enticing and interesting aspect to this game because I don't think I've ever seen a survival game centered around this mechanic. Kind of like Eco, I guess. Except Eco is like, you know, all your progress is like limited to that one playthrough in Eco. It's not like when you're done in Eco, you take your character progress with you onto the next map, which is different here, where the intention is that when you escape back with your progress, it's like a roguelite where, I suppose, where you get to take that tech and stuff with you to the next session, making it easier to like get established and things like that. So you get like character progression, but you have to rebuild. Yes, that is correct. Still though, if it's like, you know, 4 times as easier due to whatever stuff that you've got with you, then it still becomes much easier. Like for instance in Ark, when you start out, a lot of stuff is gated behind engrams. If you had all the engrams and levels unlocked at the beginning, you could progress really quickly through the content. It's like prestige in COD. Okay, I don't know about that. Now, that being said though, this being the main thing, like the main selling point that I'm interested in, everything else is pretty much like, you know, fucking survival. The thing that I am worried about is the the pricing model. So it's sold at a premium, but as you can see here, there's the regular version that you can purchase for 22.5 euros in my case. And then there's the deluxe edition that you can pre-purchase for 76.5 euros. Yeah. And from what I hear, in the deluxe edition, there is game content. It's not just skins, it's not just vanity, it's actual game content. I don't know if it says here. So the standard edition gives you beta access in the base game of Icarus. Yeah, and the deluxe edition gives you beta access, Icarus, and then 2 DLC chapters and 2 outpost levels. And then you get like an exclusive envirosuit, which I assume is vanity. But the others, apparently the outpost levels and DLC chapters, like this is actual content. Some people in the discussion forums said that it's not good because the content in the base game is already pretty sparse. Like there's not a lot of things to craft. They say that you can run through the content within like a few hours right now in the beta. So to gate DLC and the outpost stuff apparently behind deluxe edition is pretty predatory when it's like, you know, 3 times the cost of the base game if you were to just buy the base game alone. Essentially forcing you to like buy the deluxe edition if you want the complete all the content, right? Because notice how like there's these 2 up here, like that forest and that stuff. Anyways, so there's like content that's being gated at the start and it's not even out yet. It's a pre-order to join the beta weekends too, so it's like gonna be available for like September 11th to 12th, and then also like I think it's like every weekend or every second weekend. Lunar Fast Food, thanks for the follow. And we're just like talking about Icarus here before going into the next game, because I think this game does, like, I think it's worth talking about this game. I would be very cautious about investing to it. Also, if you look at the developer, apparently it's behind the person who came out with the whole DayZ situation. So the fact that this is in pre-order mined come 27th of November, which, you know, we're in September right now, just came into September. Come 27th of November, this game is going to be fully released. Not early access, fully released. And that's what has people concerned, that if the game currently in its beta stage has like a few hours worth of actual game content that's worth like, you know, a damn, but then it already has a deluxe edition that is 3 times the base cost of the game, which contains DLC and game content that is already lacking in the base of the game, and it's gonna be a full release. Like, there's not gonna be a whole lot of much of the stuff that they can do to the game to add content within, like, you know, a month or whatever. And it's gonna be like a live service kind of thing too, right? So given this, as far as I assume, given the whole session-based thing. Now, I haven't seen anything about PvP at all. It's all been like talking about PvE related things, so I assume you won't be fighting against others. It'll be purely cooperative, fighting against the elements, and maybe some AI as a thing, because otherwise it'll be like pretty meh. So that's like my hot take on this game. It looks interesting, but this has me worried. And the track record of the developer. Delay incoming or incorporated. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it looks pretty okay. Looks a little bit like flat and stuff in some aspects, like pretty bland. But, you know, some parts of the game does look interesting at least. There's also no character customization, so you're all just walking around in spacesuits, by the way. Incoming. This looks pretty cool though. Like that things can like burn down with fire spreading through the building. It's a pretty cool mechanic. But yeah, there's like apparently only a small handful of weapons, so I assume the weapons that you see in the screenshots, that's basically it. That's basically it. So there's no like item quality or anything. Yeah, that's why people say the content is pretty lacking. Also, people sort of like rationalize the question, why on earth do you like drop down in these drop pods wearing a spacesuit and the very first thing you build is a mud hut? Yeah, like it looks okay, but man. Yeah. The good thing is that if you were to buy into the beta, and this is like a PSA, considered as a PSA as well, on Steam, beta playtime does not count towards your refund, which means that normally Steam has this 2-hour refund where if you buy a fully released game and you've played it for more than 2 hours, you're no longer eligible for a refund. But because this is a beta thing, if you were to pre-purchase this to play the beta, come full release, you're not happy with what was in the beta and you regret your decision, you can get reimbursed even for the deluxe edition, because those, even if you have played for more than 2 hours, those are beta hours and don't count. So you know, there's that. Anyways, I mean, I think I've heard enough. Yeah. I'm like a little bit on edge though, because that session-based thing could be really well integrated. And I think, if done right, could be a solution to one of the main issues that is plaguing a lot of survival games, where you get into the survival aspect and stuff, but it takes you like maybe an hour or two to get established, and then the survival aspect of the game is over. Then it's like grinding resources to build bigger, fancier things, craft more damage dealing stuff in order to take out bosses or tame specific creatures, you know, thinking of Ark and stuff. Well, yeah, but not if there's 6 hours of content and you're on one session for a week. I assume that, see, that's another thing that I guess you would have to look into, like what the extraction situation of the game is like how you get extracted from the map, because if it is out of your control and you just have to stay alive until the sort of extraction date, then yes. If you can't extract preemptively and you just end up having to sit around for several hours because there's nothing left to do, then yes, that would be pretty bad. I mean, preferably that would be like, you know, any kind of goal that you would have to achieve, that even if you do that, there's still stuff that you can do that would further your progress. Because otherwise it's like, oh, we've already fully established ourselves, we've already like built everything there is to build, and there's nothing we can take with us away from the planet because the game doesn't let you, maybe. Yeah, that would be a problem. So. But yeah, it does sound like interesting with the session-based content. And I assume it's gonna be like a risk assessment situation where part of it is gonna be whether or not you think you can fulfill said objective within the given time limit. And that's kind of what I hope the game is going to be focusing on. But yeah, the whole session-based thing and the way that it's like presented, it doesn't talk about, I don't think it talks about dedicated servers either. So I'm a little bit worried that it's a live service thing where all your progress is going to be stored on like some remote server somewhere, and you can join up with randos or whatever, maybe. And then if the game does poorly, you know, all your progress is just lost, and you will never be able to play the game again, most importantly. That is like one concern I have, especially for a game that's this expensive. Relatively speaking, of course, but you know, I don't see the base game cost, I only see the deluxe edition. Simply because of the DLC in there. And I think it's fair if they add like DLC content in there, but then don't call it a deluxe edition, call it like an added like season pass, and then have a deluxe editions on the side of that. Same. So they're basically just shoving the season pass down, or actually no, not really. It's more like they're shoving the cosmetics and other crap down your throat because they bundle it up with the DLC season pass, and it's the only way to get it right now. It's almost as predatory as with Atlas. No, not Atlas. What game did that again? Ark. Ark's DLC system has also become a little bit more predatory, because now it's like for Genesis, if you wanted Genesis you had to buy the whole thing, so you had to buy the whole season pass, which would give you you know, future content as well, but you had to pay for it in advance in order to play like the first Genesis DLC. Which meant that by the time Genesis 2 has finally come out very recently, a lot of time has passed and you might not even be interested in playing Ark anymore. So, like, I haven't played Genesis 2 and I've paid for it. And I even played Ark recently, but I just ended up playing on a completely different map, so a different map with a bunch of mods that was just more like enticing than playing the new map for some reason. I don't know. But that is Ark, and they do things a little bit differently after all. After all, their maps are like designed to be a progression from one to the next. Not necessarily supposed or designed around like the idea that you play a map exclusively, and then whenever they put out new maps, then you can play that map exclusively and have, you know, the intended experience. The idea is that you play the previous maps and you transfer your character and your creatures across with the server cluster system. And then that way, when you start on Genesis 1, for instance, you're not immediately getting fucking wrecked by what else nasty things that can spawn in there. Because there's very few things that you can actually acquire on Genesis. So if you don't bring creatures across, you just won't have access to them. Which, you know, it does make it more challenging, but that's technically not how the game or the map is like designed, so it's not supposed to be more difficult because of that reason. I hope that makes sense. Okay, so anyways, Rise to Ruins. So the reason I went into this map is that we had a world map quest that requires us to level up some villagers. And that should happen fairly quickly. Yeah, I think we might already have completed it. Yep. No problem. It had to be done on that map though, which is why I went in there. So just wanted to get that out of the way. Banish spell radius, meh. Maybe check subsistence. I've heard that name before. Life Curious to Springland. Nah, just skip that one. I'm not feeling like it. Let's grab some 60 resources. Herkajit in Springland. We're not. We will be playing on that, won't we? In order to send people across. Oh yeah, we also have this map to finish. Upgrade 15 buildings in Sandy South. Jeez, the game just really handed me all kinds of like all kinds of fucking like objectives. Send people 10 people to narrow path. We already have like more than enough people there, so I don't really feel like it. 10 buildings and coast bridges need to be built. Then we need to grab resources and enchant a shoreline. Let's do that one first. Let me get my auto clicker just so that I don't get carpal tunnel syndrome. Don't want that. Control B, that was my shortcut. Okay. Speed the game up. Get the grab tool. Let me just grab some resources somewhere. Subsistence is a sandbox, first-person solo or co-op PvE open-world survival game. That was a mouthful. Struggle through changing seasons to build a base, develop technology, and gear up in the hostile environment. Defend yourself from wildlife, the elements, and AI hunters. AI hunters, okay. Who also build bases in the world. Okay, that's pretty cool. Question is, do they do a good job with the AI? Otherwise, it's like, meh. Because Atlas, you can also play single player with AI. The game looks like really rough though. But a lot of survival games tend to do that. It's also still early access. Okay, so there's like a negative review here. A guy who has played 330 hours has a negative review on Subsistence. He says, coming up on fall of 2021 and have been playing on and off since 2017. It's a very decent game considering that there is only one developer. That's always worth noting. I'm not recommending that other players buy it due to balance problems that have been around since day one. Okay. You can eat a bunch of food on one day and die 2 days later due to lack of nutrition. On top of that, the developer continues to disable any workarounds that the player community has come up with each update instead of fixing the root problem. Okay. Yeah, I don't really care about recent reviews. I care about the negative reviews. Those are usually more telling than positive reviews. I always try to judge games based off their criticism based instead of like their praise. Especially when it's a game that I have like uncertain thoughts about. So like if the art style doesn't quite strike me, or if there's not really anything unique in it, then... Because if it's just another survival game, you know, okay. There needs to be like some kind of different spin on it in order to really make it interesting. Or it just needs to have like a lot of modularity, aka mods. Mods can do a lot of stuff. Okay, second time went way better. Kevin, you get 200 coins, and boy, he gets a flying rogue scroll. Let's breeze on to the next one. This is also a hard level though, so... Yeah, enemy levels are back up again. Should we just find a Minecraft survival mod? I mean, played Minecraft not awfully long ago on like the public server, so I don't really feel like necessarily playing Minecraft again. But that was only one negative review, of course. And it's like, this guy's complaining about lack of like game improving changes. Saying basically that the developer does make updates, but seems to be more like fighting the ingenuity of the community that's playing the game. But that's just one review. Here's another one. It's played 81 hours. But before I do that, we should probably figure out what to do next here. Okay, 4 clearing speed. Not too bad. 25 Khajiit and Springland. Nah, let's just cancel that out, right? Because 25, even though we have to spend time in this map, 25 is a lot of Khajiits. It's never gonna happen. 10 buildings and coast bridge though. We can do that, and then 15 buildings upgrading in Sandy South. Okay. Let's build 10 buildings and coast bridge first. And then while those build, then I can read the next review. This map. Okay. Oh. Okay, so we've already like some things queued up from one of our other past sessions. We're not rewarded from upgrading things, so it's just building new stuff. We could technically build another marketplace down here. Just checking the build limit to see how that's going. We seem to have more than enough. And then to accompany this, we can put down a miscellaneous storage, a rock storage, come on, and a wooden storage, a wood storage. Do we need a mineral storage? Probably not. Another ammo and equipment might be nice though. Even though the miscellaneous short storage does actually, you know, allow for storing those things. But this is 6, 7, 8. Yeah, so if we build all these things are built, then that does hit the requirement for that objective. Okay, so what does this guy say? The person say? Chuck Norris, nonetheless. This is not a bad game, nor is it an experience that is not fun, but it has some serious flaws. Most that I would say are, if not game-breaking, then certainly either unfair or unfinished. Well, I mean, it is an early access title, so of course it'll be unfinished. You know, and that's why I'm reading negative reviews, because finding critique in there can be more beneficial to you, and then comparing that to the state of the game and like what the developer themselves like market the game as. So if someone is writing a negative review but is just talking shit without really like thinking about what they're writing in, or if the stuff that they write conflicts or with what the game, or you know, markets itself as, or the state of the game, etc., then you can brush off the negative reviews, right? So, but they do also tend to put in a lot of stuff like, oh, it's bad, but it's good, but, you know, so. And if people can play it for 81 hours, give it a negative reviews, it's usually like because of tough love. So anyways, the best part about that, however, is that this game is an alpha, which means a lot of these issues and more may be addressed sometime. Yeah, see, the person is well aware of this. So they're giving it a negative review, but only because there are some things in there that need fixing, so would recommend after early access. And that's why there's early access reviews that are, you know, they get marked as early access reviews separately from regular reviews on the full release, so that you can distinguish the two. Because there is a difference, and there should be. Let's see, issue number 1, hostile animal movement. These are part of the game. You should have very little problem with them overall. As long as you sneak around, grab what you need, and don't get in their way, no issues. No issues. The issues I have with them come from the fact that they corner you 60% of the time if there's more than one. They will randomly both walk towards you, skipping the phase where they lift their head to search and begin stalking you. It usually isn't lethal as you're faster in both wolves and bears. However, if you're just trying to get home, or to your dead body, or to safety from something else chasing you, or you have no stamina, you're screwed. Meh. Just get better at the game, I guess. Kind of also implied in what he's writing. Issue number 2, hostile animal populations / spawn rates. Hostile animals are virtually everywhere. According to some quick research, the average black bear density is about 1 to 4 every 10 square kilometers. The map of subsistence is not large, maybe somewhere short of 10 square kilometers. There are bears and wolves dotting every hill, plain, beach, cliffside, forest, and meadow, and they spawn back to back every night. Your base, if built too near a bear spawn, will basically be smacked every time you step outside. Not to mention getting around these animals is damn near impossible if you want to collect loot, which brings me to point 3. Okay, I can get around the whole like spawn density. It's a video game, so it doesn't have to be completely realistic, right? That's perfectly fine, not a non-issue to me. Looting and wandering. Looting feels good. There's just enough loot that you feel like you always need more, but you get enough to slowly accumulate. Looting is 90% of the game. This gets old very quickly. Fishing can help you survive, but ultimately you will need bait, which requires cordage, which requires plants, and grubs, which are found from chopping the biggest trees. Could go mining, I guess, but you're still doing the same thing, and ultimately your inventory won't fill up if you bring a pick and chip away at all the ores you find while looking for crates. Hunting? Great. You're still looking around randomly for stuff and liable to find loot. My issue comes from the fact that it's so random that you may or may not find. You really can't hone in on what you want to find. Nails are a mid-game crafting recipe and you need to find them otherwise. This is being fixed, thankfully. Nails were once much harder to find. Okay, so like basically getting certain materials is hard to find, but there's plenty of loot. It's just that it's so random what you get that you fill up with all this crap that you don't need. I mean, I think I would say that Raft is probably a fairly similar game, but there's also just so much loot in that game that, you know, from sheer quantity you overcome the RNG that way. Just certain things are more uncommon. Issue number 4, aiming down sights. Sensitivity does not change when you aim down sights. Okay, that's like a very minor thing which you can solve through like hardware implementation. I get it. More modern games these days like Sea of Thieves have built-in mechanics where if you're aiming down sights you can have different sensitivities and such, but I grew up in a time where that wasn't a thing, so it doesn't bother me the slightest. So that's just like a luxury problem. So I'm not even gonna read the rest of it. Hunter base locations and hunters. So combine the above issue with the fact that hunters build bases surrounding you which can't be removed, and they hunt you down over a massive distance once you're noticed. They also tend to have very good accuracy, near perfect in some cases, but usually either one of or more of their shots will land. Can spawn in groups and they respawn every night, it seems. Even if you do manage to kill them off and want to claim your spoils, you'll be stuck breaking down the door, which takes a few axes and 5 to 10 minutes. The loot is not worth it, and making a breaching charge is just throwing away resources. They have unlimited grenades and ammo and break your structure like a drunk teenager drop-kicking a sandcastle. Okay. Can barely dent their door with an entire axe durability, and it is never worth it. Still honest. What the honest shit. Yeah, I hate that too. And it's not... There's a lot of games that do this, like a lot of survival games where they put in all these looting opportunities for you, where it's like takes you years, well, you know, exaggerating of course, but it takes you like forever to get into those resources or whatever. It might be like really hard to do a thing, and then the payout at the end due to either bad loot tables, RNG, or whatever it may be, it's just not worth it. I think Starbound, Vanilla Starbound is like one of those things where for a lot of the content, like all the instance dungeons that you go to, there's no loot basically, right? So once you're through those places, it's a one-time deal in terms of being worth it. They're just there for lore's sake. But yeah. So far I haven't read anything that tells me that subsistence is like plagued with issues at all, which is a good thing. Farming speed, okay. So what else? Upgrade 15 buildings in Sandy South. Okay, we can knock that out pretty quickly too. 15 buildings is quite a lot, but the beauty of it is that we can build the buildings, upgrade them once, and then tear them down later when we return. The only question is, what buildings are easy to build and upgrade? Wooden storages would probably be one of them. It's a little bit expensive. But they can be upgraded, and they use the resources stored inside them for those same set upgrades. So why don't we try and do that? 15, by the way. 15 things. 5. Because we don't really need any houses here, do we? No, absolutely not. Could build some trash cans as well, so it's not just, you know, for the sake of doing the objective. Let's get all of this stuff torn apart. I'm tempted to just remove this ancient radiance pool, but it's like a unique structure, so I am probably gonna keep it just because I can. Okay, that should mark everything for deconstruction. Migrants have arrived from Coast Bridge. Oh yeah, that's also a thing. If I wanted to play something right now, by the way, Kevin, you can pretty much play like 7 Days to Die once a year and it will be a slightly new experience. So if I were to play anything, that would probably be one of them. Because the Voltage group has been playing that fairly much these last couple days. Getting back into it. And it's just like, you know, seeing them play makes me want to play it as well. And, you know, bashing in zombie skulls is always a great time. And because they constantly, like, not constantly, but repeatedly reiterate on their entire game with every major, like, version or whatever, even though they're still in alpha, it's still, like, tends to be some substantial additions and changes that they put in there. It's like, what was it again? I read like a thing about them the other day as well because I was curious, and one of the things that I found, it said like, oh, they've like developed, been like software, some of them have been like software developers for literally like, what did it say, like 12, 14 years or something. I'm like, damn, if that's like the kind of level, let's say, they're looking at for their for future employees, no wonder that they haven't accepted my or even replied to my application. Gotta say though, if that's the case, that's a pretty high bar to set for literally anyone to surmount to, especially when it comes to software development. I don't think there's a lot of software developers that, having worked for that many years in software development, will be interested in working explicitly on games all of a sudden. Because the pay tends to be worse. The work stability tends to be worse. Or more risky. Not necessarily if you're like a well-established studio like the Fun Pimps are, but I don't know. It's like they'll be a completely different developer by the time that I would have that kind of experience. Let's just say it like that. But I don't know. They have gotten rid of their world builder job position though, so that's either been filled or they decided that they didn't need one after all. Which is a bit still like, still bugs me a little bit, if I'm perfectly honest. So for context, I applied to the Fun Pimps like over multiple different occasions, because when I was still studying, even like even a year, even more than that, actually several years before I finished my studies, I did notice that they had like a job position up for a world builder. I was like, man, that sounds like just my kind of job. It's like, you know, they're using Unity engine, which is what I was learning at the time. And they needed a world builder, which is exactly what I've like got experience with. And they wanted to have someone who had, what was it, 2 to 3 years experience, I think it was, as a world builder. Not to be confused with like the somewhat more limited role of level designer. But generally speaking, they just seemed like... It seemed like a position that I could fill, let's just put it that way. And as soon as like I was finished with my studies, because I didn't see any reason or point in applying to something when I was this close to finishing my studies after all. But as soon as I finished up, I basically immediately applied and didn't get any response at all. Like not even a, we've decided to like go with other candidates, or you don't really feel like our needs, or whatever it may be. Like no fucking feedback whatsoever. So some months passed and I applied again. Again with the same results. This time like I'd sent in a different CV even to try and like get their attention by doing a different angle. Also just applying, you know, again, because they still had the job position listed, so they clearly still needed a world builder. And the thing that kind of got me a little bit annoyed from not receiving a reply was the fact that job listing had existed for literally years before I even applied to it. And I'm like, okay, well, if you're not even gonna answer my like application, but you still have the listing, then either it means that you didn't see my application at all, or you're like not even interested in spending your time looking through it because of whatever reason. Like it could be that they had already like a valid candidate in view, they just hadn't updated like maybe their webpage or something. Like that could also be the case. So many like different reasons, right? But at the end of the day, I just ended up getting like annoyed that they would have this listing, because it gives you this false hope that maybe you can like land a position with them within a field that you're experienced in, instead of wasting your time, which is what it ended up feeling like more, because every time I applied and looked at that job application still being there, I also just saw like a waste of time in front of me. And when you're trying to get a job, that's like the last thing you want to deal with. It's just wasting your time, talking into the void. If I'd at least gotten a reply, it would have given me an indication on where I stood in terms of the application and my skills and everything, and whether or not it's something where, you know, it would basically tell me to not bother reapplying because they weren't interested. But instead I ended up having like, at some point I had applied like 4 or 5 times to them. Still haven't received a single reply on any of my applications. And every single time I applied, I made sure to double check, and there was always that job listing. And what really got me is that I could pretty much filter out the case where they hadn't updated their page, because they had updated their page with new job listings, which means that the need for a world builder was still active. It wasn't just a thing that they'd forgotten to remove or something after they'd hired whoever it would have been, right? So that just tells me that, okay, or limited it to like either they didn't read my application or they read it and didn't care to give me a reply, which is just like, why? I get that companies are busy and stuff, but that doesn't really, like, if you're still already reading through the applications and the person in question is like sending multiple applications over time, then you should probably consider answering them so that you don't get any more applications, because clearly you're not interested at that point. Or if you are interested but the person in question just hasn't shown you what you're interested in, then that, you know, that just becomes me sort of blank firing, trying to like surmise as to why they wouldn't be interested in me. Because from what I could see, I could tick off every single checkbox in terms of what they were looking for. which, you know, just fueled this confusion of why they weren't even replying. Because if you're like able to yourself tick off everything in terms of their requirements, you would expect at least to get a reply. And then the reply could be, you know, oh, there's like a small thing where we're uncertain or something. Could you elaborate? Or like, you know, as what you really want is to land a talk so that if there's anything they're uncertain about, they can get those uncertainties settled away, right? But no, absolutely not. And it's not just them. There's other companies that do this, a lot of other companies that do this too, where you just apply and hope for the best, but all you get in return is like, we've decided to go on with other candidates, or no reply at all. And when your strategy is like as a job applicant or whatever is changing because you feel you're not getting any responses, you're not landing any meetings, and if your strategy is like it feels like you need to switch your strategy every single time you're making an application at that point because nothing is working, nothing is landing you anything. That is like the most frustrating part about it, because it's like, okay, so I've already written like 20 different revisions and versions of my CV for different kind of job positions, and also like trying to change the whole way that my resume is like structured for similar job positions, because I've not been getting the replies I've been looking for. And when those strategies of trying to switch up your resume also don't make a damn change, then you get into that situation where I'm at, where everything just becomes super demoralizing, because it no matter what I do, it feels like a waste of time basically. And I know, yes, it shouldn't be like that, because you know, you're trying to get a job. So if you're just getting to the point where it just feels like a waste of time and you don't want to do your job application because it's just a waste of time anyway, then you don't get your job applications done, and you just end in this spiral that I'm in, where I'm like justifying me not writing a lot of CVs because no one's fucking reading them anyway. It feels like it doesn't end up mattering anyway, at least from what I've experienced. And having tried like so many different things, I don't even know like where to continue anymore, because I feel like I've tried everything. So unless like I get some kind of outside thing coming in saying, giving me like inspiration to try something new, there's little to no motivation for me to try and keep trying basically. Which is kind of why I'm still unemployed, I suppose. But like, what am I supposed to do? Keep writing CVs, or keep sending out CVs, I guess, and not getting a job. But all that negative stuff out of the way though, I did get like a bit of inspiration to try something new recently, which is different from any of the approaches that I have tried so far. So the only thing being that I got this inspiration like right before I was getting my second COVID shot. So that, combined with the fact that some personal stuff is like requiring me to move into a different social benefit system and a bunch of other stuff, sort of has put that on hold until I can like focus on it. Magic bolts spell cost. Okay, so is that all the objectives? I think that is. Okay, so we can go back to narrow path and try and finish off the corruption here, which was a bit of a pain. I did a boo-boo like last time I was streaming this. So if you're in chat and you were there, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So the corruption is all the way down here on the bottom of the map, and they've kind of like been spreading into this forested area here. And the reason why is because they were originally... Yeah, that was not smart, yes. Yes, because we had originally had the corruption up in this spot up here, and they had started spreading into the mountains, but we encircled them, no problem, on the northern side, and then they started spreading south into like this forested part. But we had like cut them off down here and all the way down here as well. And then I started like fighting the very remaining bits of corruption was in this mess. You can still like see the leftovers of that. And while we were doing this, I decided that, okay, it's about time we maybe clean up the fire pits to clear out our build limit. So I started removing some of the southern fire pits, and I think it was around here I marked like one for dismantling, and then fucking disaster struck because there must have been like maybe a single or a few tiles of corruption hidden under some of the forest tiles that I couldn't see. And as a result, the corruption just spread like wildfire. And it started spreading downwards to the bottom of the map. Within literally seconds it went like down and started spreading eastwards. Faster than I could like build, you know, a cage around it to contain it to this one corner. Eventually spreading through the forest all the way over to basically, yeah, all the way over here. So it wasn't until it got to this point that I managed to cap it off and close it in. So now this entire forest is like corrupted to hell, and it's gonna take forever to get rid of it because I was impatient. So that was like a thing and a half. Okay, should we put down a defensive buff? Let's try that, because these are level 20s. Orc throwers. Yeah, these webs slow you down like a motherfucker. I guess when you're flying it doesn't, but... I think we'll do okay. Okay, those were also level 20s. Heavy Centurion coming in to take out these worms. Very nice. Oh yeah, something I totally forgot to do. Let me actually just do that. I forgot to change the game that we were playing. My bad. Probably still says we're playing Loop Hero. Not Streamraiders. Rise to runes. Okay. Let's get this for you. A bunch of coins for Almopika, Boy, and Kelsey. Hope you can make good use of that. Take this frog and then we'll jump around to get right down to the boss. Okay, so level 10 and 20 rats. The level 20s have low damage but good amount of hit points, though. The only concern being these toads, they do a truckload of damage. Benefit is that they're fairly slow, so as long as you have decent range to outgun them, you should be okay. As long as they don't sneak up on you, that is. But they're all in like the bottom right corner, so... Anyways. Let's get back to Rise to Ruins. And then let me finish updating these streaming categories. Rise to Ruins. The Facebook feed is always a little bit particular, like needs to be retoggled or whatever. It's not an issue though. Okie dokie. So, corruption resistance. This is going to be the bane of our existence. This is how we deal with this stuff. Hopefully though we can put them into some key positions where they can like reach far enough to not be a pain and a half to deal with. Because that's the thing, is there's just one gap in this blanket of corruption resistance. Then you're leaving in like spaces for the corruption to grow, and that's a no-go. And because it's all in this forested area, we have to like cut away on all this stuff. And the problem with that is that our villagers don't like harvesting resources too close to the corrupted area. So some occasions they will just refuse, and you can't really clear it out. Tell you what though, maybe some maintainers can road... Oh wait, we have no bottlers. That won't do. Maintainers and waymakers could maybe improve the situation. Daniel Jackson. I still haven't noticed the Twitch integration doing its thing of naming villagers according to like people in the viewer list. Napoleon. What name Napoleon? Let's see if there's anyone in this. Probably not. A lot of fairly normal names. Okay, Derpy O'Brien is maybe like not that normal. Yeah, we've got Orlando Bloom in here. What do you know? James Garfield. That sounds like a name that would be like a known person. We've even got Bernie Sanders in here. What do you know? And like, in case you're unaware, it does have like multiple name lists, and one of them has like the names of famous people or celebrities. And I wonder if some of these are just pure weird. Brett van Humperdinck. That doesn't sound like a normal name. But yeah, it does have some Twitch integration where it'll like pick names from chat and then use that when naming certain villagers on occasion. Haven't ever noticed it happen yet, but it should be a thing at least. Yeah, like for instance this one forest here doesn't like it. We can cheese the game a little bit with our auto clicker though, and the grab tool. Okay, so how is the corruption resistance looking down here? Okay, it's looking way better now. Good. Good, yes. Burn, baby, burn. Disco Inferno. Okay, can't quite reach yet. From here? Oh, are they? Nope. Nope. Can't hit. I was thinking we could, but no, we cannot. This village is like very condensed, it feels like, compared to some of the other ones that we have. But I suppose that's also a side effect of the whole re-emerging corruption. Because instead of expanding the village at this up until this point, I've kind of been forced to like refocus my efforts into this bullshit. Like an orange slime. Ooh. Why are we ousting this? Screw that. Remove. Did have a marketplace? Yes, we do. So another little status update on RimWorld as well, I suppose. Might as well talk about that. So I've spent a little time here and there when I've had the energy and will to look at it for the RimWorld playthrough. And there are some things that are a little bit tricky that I want to use. But in order to be able to use them, I might have to do my own custom like local version patches or similar in order to implement them. So I was originally going to be using the Medieval Overhaul mod, which does a lot of things that's all related to medieval stuff in RimWorld. All the assets look super nice in it, which is one of the main draws to it. It's like very visually appealing and does a lot of things that are pretty cool. But that's also where it sort of loses its appeal is because it does or tries to do a lot of things. Let me explain. So basically it's one of those cases where the mod tries to do too many things and as a result doesn't do them the way I want it to be or would prefer it to be. And it just so happens that the mod itself is basically a person whom were using medieval mods and liked a bunch of stuff in the workshop, it seems, but not the way they were implemented, and as a result made their own like recompiled huge like multi-mod encompassing overhaul that does similar things but differently, and in some cases in an not inferior way. Well, in some cases there are some things that are deliberately like cut out. So for instance, one of the things it adds is a medieval comms console, which normally is only available as an industrial tech thing, which is a bit problematic in the medieval stage because you don't get electricity, so you'll never be able to get a comms console, which is required if you want to call in help from neighboring factions and generally talk with them, like order a trade or anything. So if you can't do that, it cuts out a huge part of the game. And even though you're a medieval faction, you should be able to communicate with your neighbors. So there's a mod that allows you to make a bird post and like associated desk where the bird post creates electricity specifically for that work table, and the work table works just like a normal comms console. Now, where that mod does something extra is that it also adds a brazier that you can put down around your stockpile, which works like an orbital trade beacon. Orbital trade beacons are used in order to, well, trade with orbital traders in the base game. So the idea being that with this bench, the orbital trades then become like a fictional, like outside of your colony trader that visits you, which could still function like it basically gives you the functionality. And orbital traders is also like a really good way to gain a lot of resources that don't necessarily spawn in with a caravan. And there's also like a bunch of other reasons for why you might prefer those over like a wandering caravan. Anyways, Medieval Overhaul, the mod, implements this exact system with the bird post and the bench, also using electricity. It looks more crisp and clean, so in my subjective opinion it looks better than that original mod, but from what I can tell it works exactly the same, all the way down to the stats of the buildings even being the same. As far as I could tell, there were small minor differences, but mostly the same. Apart from the fact that Medieval Overhaul opts out of the brashear, which means that with the Medieval Overhaul version you won't be able to trade with orbital traders, which I prefer to have that option. Which means that if I want that option, all of a sudden, oh, someone was killed by a zombie child. That's not good. Oh well, we can make do. But yeah, basically meaning that if you want to make use of that mechanic, you need to add this mod in on top of it, Medieval Overhaul, which will leave you with duplicate items or buildings. So you'll have two different bird posts that look very similar and function similarly. And you'll have two comms desks or whatever. The idea is that you write letters and send them with, you know, bird posts, pigeons or whatever to your neighbors. And then you'll have the brashear as well, which, you know, I don't like having duplicates of things. But that's a minor nuisance, you know, you can just not build the one from Medieval Overhaul. That's perfectly fine. Normally it would be an issue having duplicate researches as well, because they have each their own research in order to be unlocked. It would just leave you with a lot of research clutter as well. But you know, you can decide to just not research the one from the mod that you don't want to use. So that's not an issue. Then comes a lot of the other features. It also adds a mine, and I really like Medieval Overhaul's implementation of the mine. It gives you a sort of a medieval equivalent of a deep drill that doesn't use electricity, where a pawn will stand on a platform that's supposed to be like a mine going down like a shaft, and then they operate that, and whenever the bar fulfills they produce one ore or one thing of whatever it is that you've got. You assign it in its work bills. Now the issue is that it's only compatible with vanilla stuff, which means that you can only mine iron ore, coal, those are added for the mod, gold, silver, and the 5 different types of stone that's in the base game. But in my modded playthrough, I want to have like all the extra materials that I usually do. And those won't appear in the mine, basically making it short of like 90% of the stuff in the game. Not necessarily 90%, but it's pretty high at least. There's a lot of stuff that's missing. And again, you can install other mine-related mods, but they don't work to the same degree. There's one mine-related mod that works really well. It's got dynamic patching, so it can integrate with any material that's like a stone type or a metal type just fine. I've already tested it. You just can't disable things that you might not want to be able to mine, but that's a completely different topic. The problem with that one is that it scales the workload based off of the rarity of the ores, or something to the tune of that. And instead of harvesting one resource at a time, it harvests, what was it, 360 of the stuff at a time, which means that instead of the bar going like this, you know, you can see it progressing very rapidly. Instead it goes like this fast, like barely even moves. And that's because this one adds in the ore jobs as work bills in terms of unfinished work. So it's like if you start crafting something where it gives you, you know, an unfinished plate armor, an unfinished sword or whatever. And whenever you're not working in the mine on that job, it gets left behind as a in progress unfinished work, which means if that item gets destroyed for some reason, it like all that progress is lost. And it's like, I tested it out with my modded ores and it was like several thousand, like 2,000 work or something. Work is like a measure in the game used to, well, measure the amount of work that is required in order to carry out a task, like how long it's going to take to craft something. And it's dependent usually on rarity and materials used and what it is you're crafting. Meaning that a hard to work with metal being used on a plate armor, which is already taking a very high amount of work to complete, will have a multiplier effect that's going to make it take a very long time in general, like as an end result. And that's normally fine, but in this case the problem is that the work type, because it leaves behind this unfinished work thing, in RimWorld a work bill like that gets locked into a pawn, which means that if you're not using a degeneralizing or like a mod that removes ownership, so to speak, of these work bills, then only that one person that initiated the mining task can continue doing it. So now you have the same issue that you do with crafting, where you only want a select few people working in the mines, which is not normally how you want it to be, because you want them to be able to share the load, so that whenever someone is available, they go and do mining as a side job, you know, or whenever we need materials. But all of a sudden only one person can work on a given job at any time. And to make matters worse, it takes so goddamn long that even that you need like multiple mines in order for you to have a workstation for each person, because again, also only one pawn can work at each mine. But on top of that, because it takes so long to work these things and they're left behind as unfinished work, you also introduce clutter into the world, which is another thing I don't like. Now, the good thing is that the mod offerer has said that they are working on an extension setting to the mod that allows you to manipulate how much this work cost or work time, this work cost is like going to be. But I think the main issue is just that they're mining 360, you know, of the stuff, or however much it is at a time. So it's 360 times the work required to mine one of the thing. So that instead of creating like 1,000 smaller tasks or whatever, you just have one that takes forever, but then the payoff is like super high in comparison. I much more prefer the other way, where it's just a progress bar and it just finishes whenever it's full and doesn't leave a unfinished work behind. Now there is like one negative thing about that implementation too, which is that if they're halfway done mining something on that the medieval overhaul mine, and they stop, it also, you know, negates any kind of halfway progress they might have made. But because it happens so fast, it's basically, you know, a negligible amount of work. So I'm a little bit on the fence. Also, again, if you wanted to have that other mine instead, you would again have two different kinds of mines available to you at the same time, both locked with their own research. And again, I don't like to have similar things like that, because it adds unnecessary clutter, and in the worst case scenarios can even introduce like cross
mod incompatibilities because they might be relying on similar code or be changing similar things or somehow overriding each other because of how they're structured. You know, there could be a million different reasons. Mods are finicky like that. But anyways, that's like one of the main things I've been working with in terms of the loader and why it's taking so long for me to get it in shape, because there's always seems to be like something that I'm not happy with. So apart from some of the mods still not being updated for 1.3, there's also this stuff that's like keeping me back. And it just ends up taking several hours in order to get like all of this stuff sorted out, which, you know, given the fact that some of the mods that I want to use aren't even updated, makes it low on the priority list. So it's an unfortunate circumstance. But I've been basically deliberating with myself what to do, and I've come to the conclusion that I think I am not going to use the medieval overhaul, because it basically doesn't integrate with other mods whatsoever, no matter like what part of it is. So the mining thing doesn't integrate at all. It has its own hide processing chain where it has to manually patch things like creatures in order for them to drop the hides appropriately to them, which means that it won't even that part of the mod won't work for most of the creatures either. There's an ore processing chain as well that only is implemented for iron into steel, gold into gold bars, and silver into silver bars as well. Like, again, no cross mod compatibility. So from what I can tell, and my conclusion is, medieval overhaul is intended to only be used in a straight vanilla setting, and that's not what I'm doing, so best to just completely forget about it and not use it. That being said though, there are some things in there that I found really appealing, namely the armors and the visual aesthetics, right? Because I wanted to have some more visual diversity in terms of armors and armor options for pawns, since being restricted to medieval technology means that there's not a lot of variety that you can like get in there. And even like reintroducing some of the mods that I was using before but had to remove due to medieval overhaul doing a lot of the stuff, doesn't introduce a lot of variety to the armor's visuals. So hopefully I'll figure out something. But the general gist is that I'll probably be using Vanilla Faction Expanded Medieval, because it also adds some world gen stuff, which is also something that the medieval overhaul mod did. It added in like a medieval warring faction that would use the armors introduced by that same set mod. So hopefully I can figure something out. I've also found out that there's a mod that adds like a lot more bows to the game, which is also going to be needed, since there's not a lot of ranged projectile weapons otherwise. So it adds like some different types of bows that also have a fire bow variant that acts as a suppressing version of the same weapon. So they trade accuracy and hit damage for enemy disruption, I suppose. The idea being that you set things on fire and the enemy gets like disrupted because of that, and it works. It's basically like you know, an incendiary launcher but arrows. So yeah, well, I've been basically looking at different mods that I want to use and see if I can patch them. So like for instance, there's another mod that's called Faction Blender, which what it does is it adds in a faction that blends all the factions into it, so to speak. Or rather, it takes all the races that you've added in through mods and stuff, and it puts them in alongside humans in one combined faction. Without that, you basically don't get any factions that use some of the races that I want to have in there. So to see some more racial diversity in the enemy factions and allied factions, for that I want to use Faction Blender. And I've used it in the past, which it works just fine. The only problem is it's a industrial and forward faction, meaning that it won't work with, like, it won't work if you're locked to the medieval stage. You'll only spawn like industrial and forwards, like faction members when they come and help you, and also when they come and trade with you, which would be a bit unbalanced if we're supposed to be locked to medieval tech. And I don't even know, because all the industrial and spacer tech and forward is all like removed from the game through a separate mod. So like, it's pretty funny. I looked through my research tree and it's like a third of the normal size, because all the industrial and forward tech has just been ripped out of there. The research doesn't even show up. That being said, I don't know if the items have been completely removed from the game, so I think they have. So I don't even think that revolvers and stuff like that can spawn, but I could be wrong. Because that should be the case, otherwise they could spawn as quest rewards and wouldn't really be limiting you, I suppose. Hey, Cellfire. Oh, hey. Good to see you back. Haven't seen you in a while. To be fair, I haven't been streaming for a while either, but I hope you're doing okay. Playing some Rise to Ruins, as you can see. It's talking about a little bit of RimWorld and how I haven't really managed to figure it all out. You managed to wipe out a map for once. Congratulations on that. How did you manage to do that? What strategy did you use? How did it go? Like, was it easy? Was it hard? I'm curious to hear. Took a while for me to get it. Fail on 5 other maps. Oof. So did you like fail but still manage to migrate to another place, or did you fail and then doom the world and restart the whole thing? Once you get them down to a small area, they're super hard to remove. Yes. Nah, I died in first year. Okay. Yeah, it depends. The sooner you take them out, the faster it actually is. So they're not super hard to remove if you do it like very quickly. But yeah. Battle is ready to begin. 50 years. Holy shit, you guys. Someone's been busy. Dear God. Well, we might need it. Okay, so you guys have a lot of rats over here. This curse thing is like fucking... The AoE of that needs to be much bigger. Also found they hide corruption on side of map. Yep. I try and keep reminding you guys of that whenever I can, because that is also like that can be a death sentence if you're not careful about it. Because I removed the torch and just exploded all the place in seconds. Yes, that's exactly what happened to the map that we're currently on, actually. Except this time it was hidden underneath a piece of forest and I couldn't see it as a result. Had them down one building too long. Yeah. Yeah, and then it's like pretty hard to completely remove them, because they spread so fast due to the corruption thingamajiggy. Well, you get a Berserker Scroll, and Jose, you get 50 gold. So do I. And let's go straight for the boss, because screw it all. Cover about half a map within a day. Yes, it will do that. It will definitely do that. Oh, there's a lot of orcs on this map. My orc dude is like down. Yeah. I could put in an artillery force, or I could put down a yeah, water beast. Alright, you maggots. I noticed there's some cobwebs on the left and I think some puddles on the right, so moving through that's gonna be like super slow. Place your units and we'll win this. Let me just see, because yep, we do have some upgrades I can put in on the war beast, so it doesn't really improve our situation now. This might, however. Get a unit to level 10. Oh, I never collected the Templars quest. 5 mages, okay. Whatever game, whatever. See, I'm thinking either Curse, because this will upgrade the duration of it by half a second, or the Stronghold. I mean, it always adds half a second, but the Stronghold already lasts a pretty good time. So I guess it would make more sense to add more time to the buffs that are less lasting. Level 65. How long did you survive for? Because that sounds like you survived for like at least 2 years. Okay, enough of this. Back to Rise to Ruins. Yes. See, I know my shit. That's another reason why I've like said before that you want to get the corruption taken care of as quickly as possible, preferably within the first year. I charmed him and then it got even worse. How did it get even worse? Doesn't the charm thing like allow you to take control of them? Or take ownership, or however you want to put it? Well, they killed him and gave them heaps of XP. Oh, so had multiple 60s. Oh, okay, in that way. Yeah, well, I will repeat what I've said before. Your best defense is a Collis Gate. I don't even know if I even have one on this map. I've been too busy dealing with the corruption. It's an ancient Collis Gate, but it's not built. Ah, there is one. Because these are one-hit KOs, right? It doesn't matter what level they are. And you can always use the Mend spell to repair them using the essence that you would get out of dragging them up there. So as long as you run the game on 1x speed, you can make use of those. So hard to find the monster, there are so many lol. Yeah, well, if you're in that situation, you definitely want to funnel them into like the same path. Basically try and like motivate them to take a specific path, and then have 4 Collis Gates nearby, and then you just drag spam them over. Doesn't matter, you just take them all. If there's 20, it doesn't matter, you set it down to 1 like X speed, and then you just take 1, doop, 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 and you'll have them cleared in no time. And if the Collis Gates start taking a lot of damage, you just quickly fire a Mend spell or 2, and then you continue grabbing them over. And that's why you have the golems as well. They can tank them, keeping them back until you can like sort of orient your attention to grabbing them, and then yeah. Playing on survival mode as well. Okay. Is that like a higher difficulty? Because I don't remember the difficulty names in this game, so you'll have to excuse me if I don't know what difficulty that is. Or can't relate to it, rather. One below Nightmare, okay. Yeah, I mean, that's probably what I should do at some point. If I ever do start over, I would definitely try and bump up the difficulty. But I just like being in this, on a roll, basically, allowing me to get some, god perks, finally. And I'm sure you're also, like, happy to finally be able to acquire some perks, right? Hate it when they get into the rocks. Forest not so bad. The thing about the forest though is that it can spread, so even though if you use the grab spell to pick up the wood and it starts raining, it can regrow the paths, and if you build your fire pits and they get sort of in a position where they're completely blocking the path, the AI will start targeting the fire pits because they have to. That's the only thing. Yeah, that's the wrong game, Kevin. I don't find rock to be as annoying though, because there's usually a good path in between the rock passages that you can use to get your things built down. So even if it spreads through there, it's easier to navigate, whereas the forest, it grows, so the paths get like overgrown and are also tend to be like more narrow than anything else. Both are equally bad to a certain degree, I would say, though, because you can't see if there's corruption underneath this shit. The big solid rock areas. Yeah, I mean, that's why you block the corruption off from those areas and you place your starting point according to the terrain, so that you hopefully don't have to deal with those issues. It's in the strategy. Let's build a mining facility here, though. This rock over here has been like exhausted. And it needs a corruption layer like it does for safe area. Yeah, because you've got corruption like it does for corruption resistance, right? That's what you mean with safe area. There's no reason why it shouldn't exist, like literally no reason. But yeah, there's nothing that allows you to see it. Also, like a counter somewhere, even if it's just like the first like chunk here with like a percentage for coverage, like corruption coverage, to tell you how much, if there's like more than a percentage coverage left, because that means that you're not safe to pull your fire pits apart and you need to look for that remaining 1%. Because then you can, and then combined with like a data view, you would be able to figure out exactly where it is. Just having like something tell you that there's still something left would be nice too. Doesn't have to show you where or how much, because that should be a separate thing, but yeah. Hopefully the guy is gonna like implement that when he like releases a new major update. So if he ever sees these streams, please do something about that. I assume monsters still spawn while a tile of corruption is there. Because I cleared all I could see on one map, and then all of a sudden they started spawning off side of the map somewhere else. Yes, that is true. That is how it works. As long as there's one tile, come nightfall, they'll spawn out of that tile, emerging like crazy. Though the amount is going to be based off of the corruption threat and how many buildings they have. So if they have no buildings left, they're completely tied to the corruption threat, as far as I know. But yes, as soon as they have like one clear tile that's still corrupted, they can spawn in. And that can also be a problem if it's all coming from like a very condensed area and your defenses are all like incapable of handling such a capacity in one go. But yeah, we would have like completely cleared out the corruption barely by the start of summer actually, if it hadn't been for my one mistake that ended up prolonging this map even way more than it needed to be. It's a little bit of an annoying, that one. This time I'll just leave the fire pits in for good measure, and that's honestly what I recommend. Just leave them in for like, you know, as long as you can until you actually need the build limit. Because until you need the build limit, there is technically no reason to tear them apart at all. It was worse with one tile than 50. Made new map with 80 people start, half of them died to no food. So like migrating over, then you send food along with the courier stations and bottled water, because that would explain why. You need to be pretty fast on your feet when you have that many people coming in. Like for your second colony, if you have that many people going in, the first thing you definitely need to do is food. When you're starting, it's a little bit different. But when you're like from a fresh start with like 10 colonists or whatever, villagers, it's a little bit different. But when you're doing that kind of continued play thing, then definitely need to focus on food. Food and water. To the point where it can't even warrant, it's not even barely warranted building a well, because it's not nearly enough for the water consumption that you're gonna have. A rain catcher is not gonna do it either, because it's so inconsistent in the beginning until you get established that it's too risky. So you practically have to start building a water purifier very soon. The good thing is that I seem to recall you can do that no problem. Yeah, because it just requires wooden rocks, so you don't need like any particular harvesting buildings or anything in order to accomplish that. At least you just need to do it with your early build budget. But because you have so many workers, you can quickly upgrade your settlement. Houses you can wait with a little bit, but you know, I would just build houses until you have your people like settled in with space enough. You don't need to upgrade them, just need to build a lot of them. But yeah. Didn't know that was a thing. Like sending food along? Like bottled water and rations? Found that +1 person per house perk. Nice. Oh, you didn't know about the courier golems. Ooh. Yeah, that's a big oof. That is a very big oof, actually. I assume you know at least now. Let's see, farms. I want some farms down here. 2 to 3 farms should do the trick. Let's just do 2. Because I want to do the animal pens and clucker coops in this direction. Too focused on not dying most of the time. Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine. Out of building slots. Yeah. Can't upgrade the castle, so we'll just have to build ancillaries or take down some fire pits. But given my track record on this map, I think I'll opt in for some ancillaries first. Because there's been like these animals just hanging out, dying of like, or being like hungry and thirsty all the time. So I think it's about time we also actually made use of them. Do you know how many farms, pig buildings you need to keep rations up? That's a relative question. Depends on how many people you have. So I don't know exactly how I would answer it, to be honest. Other than whatever seems to be enough. Like it's a little bit peculiar. So for instance, right, in order for farms to function, they need water. Okay? And they both store fresh water and dirty water buckets, meaning that a farmer can also themselves collect water. So if we look over here, where are they? Farmers, right? So under farmer, it'll say can harvest to store dirty water buckets and can store dirty water buckets as well. Meaning that a water master can harvest dirty water buckets and store them as well. So in other words, a water master can technically go and harvest water buckets around the water's edge, and then farmers will help move those to water buckets where they need to be. However, only water masters can move the clean water buckets and water bottles around, apart from like organizers probably. I mean, like how many one set buildings supports? Again, it depends on a lot of factors. I don't know if like villager skills have like anything to do with like not necessarily efficiency, but I mean, if you have like the more kitchens you have, the faster your rations are produced. The better tools your people have, the faster they operate the buildings. The higher level they are, the faster they operate everything, the faster they move around. I guess for animals it's a bit of a special one because the animals are the ones that are like producing the resources. So it's I can see why it's a little bit like for that, it would make sense that there would be like a pretty straightforward like X fully upgraded animal pens to like, you know, a kitchen or whatever, but it would have to, the kitchen depends on how many you have because the creation speed is like buffed. And for each time you upgrade it, you can also have more cooks, so there's that. And the growth rate for animals is a bit like hard to manage because it's like, you know, each animal has their own growth speed, I suppose. But there's also like the fact that you keep continually collecting wild animals even after the pens have been filled, so it's like a bit of that's kind of why I can't really answer the question in a clear way anyway. Also, in order for animal pens to function, vampire's kitchen, it says. Okay. But yeah, in order for animal pens to function, they also need dirty water buckets and raw vegetables, which are also transportable by the farmers. But those water buckets are also shared between the water purifiers. And the pure water is also shared with the water bottlers. And I've noticed that the crafting speed for making bottled water is really good. So it doesn't take any time at all to create water bottles. Meaning that if you're telling them to maintain the storage limit, all of your water is basically gonna end up being bottled down into bottles before it becomes available for other sort of stations. As you see on these water purifiers, they have basically no internal water stored. And the water masters are all bottling the water instead of filling up the water purifiers as a priority, so all the farms and animal pens and such seem to operate at a reduced rate as a result. Yeah. Well, I would rather have more bottlers, because the thing is, as soon as they fill up the capacity, it evens itself out. And bottled water is very useful because it means your villagers won't be dependent on returning home every time they need a sip of water. So they can be out and about doing their job more. And rations is of course supposed to do the same thing. Now when you're moving across to a different map, however, rations aren't really that necessary. You can just send regular food across and it'll be fine. Because they'll eat the food up before it spoils anyway. Also reminding you that there is a daily limit on how many resources you can receive in the first place. So even if you were to make a bunch of rations and send literally hundreds off, there's like a daily limit on how much comes through. So by the time that all the rations would have come through, you would have long since been established on food. Or should be, because it won't sustain you. It's just enough for that beginning amount that you need to get you started. And that's what it's supposed to do after all, so it's not an issue. But let's make a couple of kitchens though. And I do think we do want to extend this river here. Lake. I don't know why I call that a river. It's a bloody lake, isn't it? Also use this opportunity to build this fence. Kept drying up my water holes. Okay. Well, that just tells me that you probably didn't build them large enough then. It's not really much else you can do than just building them larger. Or, I don't know actually, I still haven't tested this. What happens if you... We can actually figure that out pretty easily. The entire game's like staggering for every single tile that they convert like this. Yeah, I want to see what happens if I do this. I want to see if it instantly fills with water if it's right, because it's right next to the map edge. Or if all the quote-unquote oceans in the game are actually not infinite sources of water, they just have a large capacity. And it's just like such a big capacity that you never get to notice. Yeah. Doesn't seem like you get an ocean by building it out on the edge. Kind of to be expected, I suppose. Yeah, I also just think it's because they're large. But that's the thing you can do. You can dig like a 1x1 canal leading from a main source of water into like where your pond is and then increase the capacity that way. 15 by 50 never runs out. Also depends on how often you make it rain. Like, and how much water you have stored for the come winter. Because each of these water purifiers can contain a lot of water. Almost as much as a fountain, so. Hmm, 6,000 energy for spells. Yeah, have you figured out how it all works now with the essence moving around and stuff? Because I think, weren't you the one that said some streams back that you didn't know that the essence sort of only moved like a certain distance or something? Or rather, like, it prefers the closest nearby thing. So like building your essence collectors where it's like generated is preferred. Yeah, I worked that out. That's good. Are you also using a 3x3 or a 2x2? I mean, I have like more than 6,000, right? Because all the essence that gets left in the air also means that you can just keep returning back to your essence collectors and get more. Sometimes it feels like it's virtually endless. Just toss them in whatever layout. In whatever layout. Like, what are you referring to when you say layout? Are you referring to the essence collectors? Like, put them in whatever layout? Like, make 2 or 3 collectors. Then another 2 or 3. They don't end up in a 3x3 grid. Okay. Yeah, I just do it in a 3x3 to maximize like the drain speed so it doesn't take forever to recharge. And like I've got like another essence collector over here as a backup. And that's pretty much it. Like I could also consider like putting one next to the landfill and trash processing site, but it's not really been necessary, so I just haven't really gotten around to it. Just scattered in the same area, okay. I don't know what to do with trash, it just keeps getting more and more. Okay. So on this particular map I actually don't even have that much. I have a landfill, a processor, and a burner, and then a QB golem combobulator. At least I only think I have one landfill. And then to help my trashers out I have trash cans here and there. So basically what ends up happening is that the rest of the village will occasionally put nearby trash in a trash can, and then either a trasher or more likely a QB golem will go and collect that trash, put it back to the landfill, or directly start processing it into trashy cubes instead, and then storing those trashy cubes over here. And that then gets processed in the burner to be converted back into like essence, and if possible in the processor for reuse. Yeah, your landfill is full. Do you have more? How many processors and burners do you have? The burners are the fastest way to probably get rid of them, but also like, you know, it just gets turned into essence. 3 each. Okay, what about the QB golems? Do you have any of those? What about trash cans? Well, I guess you say the trash landfill has been filled, so that's not a problem. 1. And it's fully upgraded. You could consider making another QB combobulator, but like I would take a look at your burners and your processors to see if there's any stuff in that inventory and keep like monitor it a little bit to see if your golems would be or like actually, you know, operating them. So because if your people are not operating them, then that probably means you don't have enough people working in that particular situation, and you could supplement it by providing more golems. Okay. Kind of regret that decision. I think we want to put down a defensive buff here because they're going to come storming at us. Do you know what items the processor makes? No, not exactly, but we can take a look at the description in a moment and try and figure it out at least. Oof, this is like a huge bulk of enemies. We had 30 units, we're down to 25. But I think we'll manage, right? Because we took out the boss. That's how these things work. Ooh, that was a nice shot from the artillery. Ooh. Gotta love it when they're in like huge chunks like this. Does suck when you hit that stray unit that's all by themselves though. And here comes the rogue pulling in a bunch of ants from afar. I gotta love it. And we get, hopefully you guys get a skin, so... Wait, what? One viewer gets 50 musketeer scrolls and another centurion gets 50 centurion scrolls. What? Good luck, guys. Boy, you get 50 musketeer scrolls and Basement Ghosty gets 50 centurion scrolls. Holy shit, what is this? That's a first. What the actual fuck? I've never seen that many scrolls given in one go. Have you guys seen that? What is this madness? Well, I'm sure you guys won't complain. Super boss. But it didn't really feel that super. I mean, this is an orc as well. Not a normal boss. Really, but it didn't feel that special. Well, I be damned. I don't really know, okay? Don't try and pull my leg. I'm like, it just says it in the name. Oh, okay. That's like the first time I've ever had that happen. Damn. Well, that was interesting for sure. Make good use of the scrolls, I hope. I know I would. I got like 30 scrolls to something as well, so... Because that's like 5 levels right then and there, which is pretty insane. Oh yeah, we've got some toads, so if we can get some range units for those toads, might be a good idea. And then some melee units of some sort against the beetles. Oh, they're not that high level, so it's probably okay. Got like 120 musketeer scrolls from that one battle. Damn. Have you played Patron? Patron. It rings a bell, the name. Okay, right, the scroll cost does also go up. Damn, that was a nice upgrade boost. Patron. Let me look it up on Steam. Patron. Ah, yes. So let's take a look, shall we? Survival city builder with a unique social dynamic system. Gather and produce resources, build your fledgling's village into a prosperous city, and navigate the intricate social tensions before they reach boiling point. Okay. Social systems, huh? In the city builder. Not to be confused with a colony builder, I guess. So it looks like your average, like, Pharaoh, Anno, kind of like gameplay. Banished comes to mind as well. Doesn't seem like the buildings are grid-based, but this is not necessarily, at least. No. Okay. You need to construct residential houses, blah blah blah. Balance sensitive social issues. Every decision you make in Patron will be met with different reactions from different social groups. You'll need real political talent to balance sensitive matters as religion, immigration, loyalty, and poverty. Whatever you choose to do can lead to unforeseen consequences years later. Weather in seasons, that's nice. You know, that's kind of what you expect these days for city builders. Not so much for the old ones. Strategy always lurks. Fires, tornadoes, and extreme winters. Probably just boils down to building a firefighting station. And tornadoes being out of your control, so it's like, meh. You just get pummeled and you just have to rebuild, so... I assume that's what it is in literally every other city builder, so nothing interesting there. Enjoy the good side of life. People also need external signs of their success. Build and arrange numerous beautification elements of your city. I hope it... Beautification elements in city builders. There's a lot of newer city builders that don't iterate on the old school system where it's just like, this house needs like a more beautiful environment. Build like 10 flower pots outside of this building in order to like increase the beautification and avoid building like factory buildings nearby. Okay, cool. But it's like such an old, overused mechanic that is not really interesting anymore. There's one game that does a really good good job at it, actually. The Immortal Mayor. It's very similar to Emperor. It's not on Steam, is it? No, it's not. At least not in my library. It might be in Steam. In that it's like, yeah, it's not on here. It's on GOG though. But it's like very similar in that it's set in Chinese culture. Empire. What? No, mayor. Forgot. Even the title is like very simple. It felt similar. Anyways, so in Immortal Mayor, I guess I should go to the friggin' store page, shouldn't I? They also have that beautification sort of system, but it's more of like it's a decoration building system, but you build the decorative parts like next to buildings, and they have stats and set bonuses instead. And for houses, each house provides 2 slots in front of them where you can put them in, so even in like a later stage city layout, you can still come in and put in new decorative items, which is pretty cool. Yeah, I know, Cellfire, I do. I have a lot of games, period. Like my downloads, menu should like tell you something. But yeah, this game is actually really good. If you want a good modern city builder, I would highly recommend it. It's built around the idea that you are a like sort of like a godly entity or whatever that can bestow gifts upon the world by paying tribute to deities or whatever. And like, it's hard to explain. I would have to play it, but rest assured that it's really good. It does a lot of things differently than older school like city builders do in the past, to the point where it's not a hard game to play, but there's a lot of stuff that you can do to get better, and it doesn't feel punishing whenever you're doing something incorrectly. Let's put it that way. And there's like some RNG elements sort of in there too, so your playthroughs will vary to some degree. The decorations that you produce are randomized, so. But yeah, if you like look, these are just the games I've got installed, but I can like see that number 833. Yeah, this is my full list of games. Got a lot of stuff in here. Anyways, that's not what we're here for. How are we doing on that corruption? Doing pretty good. Seems like there was a major battle down here that we kind of missed. Oh well, seems like our colony is capable of managing itself. 250 on your list. Well, my Steam library is also really old, so it has been around for quite some time. I feel like all the corruption over here has just pretty much disappeared. But I'm not gonna risk it for the biscuit this time. We'll make absolutely 120% sure that that corruption doesn't rebound from like this single tile, for instance. 'Cause that looks like corruption to me. Could be wrong. Could just be a shadow from a tree that's out of bounds, but you never know. Fucking hell. But yeah, it's like if a newer game City Builder doesn't do anything interesting with the old tested and, you know, game mechanics, I'd rather just go and play Pharaoh instead. Because if it's the same game at the end of the day, I'd rather play like a game that I know is polished rather than an early access title that might need some work still. Because 3D is not always pretty. Like a lot of video games that are made in 3D tend to have like a very washed out look to them. Because they're trying to go for realism, which just ends out being a lot of half grayish brown textures that just make the scenery dark and depressing instead of being colorful and vibrant. And I like my games to be colorful and vibrant to distract me from the existential dread that is regular life. So what I did, made 110% sure by having the safe area hit the edge to make solid square even where there was no map tile. Yeah, and I don't think that is actually necessary. Like, it doesn't spread into the darkness area. It's just that, like, in some of these edge cases, no pun intended, there's literally just a sliver of, like, you know, terrain that's going to be visible, like here. So if there was a corruption tile on over here, it might just be like this little corner down here. Mine was off map, okay. Yeah, it shouldn't be able to. Usually it's like just like invisible to the eye because it's so much out in the dark area that the edge like effect that's on here like obscures, like there's basically like maybe 3 pixels that you can see that's makes up the corruption area. And that's sometimes also what's kind of come back to bite me in the ass on several occasions. Also because you don't necessarily notice that Like if here, for instance, you would never notice that there might be like a corrupted tile right here, right? So, wasn't the black space area. Right, but what I'm saying is that it shouldn't be all the way out here. You know, it shouldn't be like 3 tiles into the black area. As far as I know, that's impossible. But I don't know for sure. I have at least had instances where I've tested this theory by not building deliberately all the way out to the edge and then just removing that one torch that was covering like the outer edges here, where I left like a good chunk behind it not covered, and the corruption didn't rebound. So as far as I know, it doesn't spread into the darkness like indefinitely. Yeah. I think it most likely was right on the edge, but because of how the edge is like rendered, it could have been virtually invisible to the naked eye. So, in other words, like, you get the impression that it was off the map maybe, but in reality it wasn't. It's just the game wasn't really doing a good job at visualizing it. Because like I don't know if like this tile in the corner here would be able to you know, harbor corruption, for instance. I don't think it would, but maybe. Sneaky. Yes, I mean the worst are definitely the ones that are like hiding right at the edge underneath terrain. Those are probably the worst to find because it's like not only obscured by the fact that it's halfway into the dark area. Like for instance, this is a valid tile, right? This could be a corruption tile. So you would see like some of those outer pixels, but when, you know, the corruption is only on one tile, it doesn't go all the way out to the edge, so it looks like it's just in the dark area. And that's why we need that, you know, show me the corrupted tiles placement thing. Because like here's another one. And technically this one too is problematic. So those outer bound like edges can be like a bit of an issue. So it looks great visually, but it's a pain in the ass to deal. So yeah, I think the mantra is just leave it alone until you 100% need the build limit. Otherwise, just build ancillaries and upgrade your buildings and just let the torches sit until you're in that need. Because before you know it, you'll have to like get out of that map really quickly. That was a hiccup. Hicks up. Aha, it feels ominous of what is going on. Well, probably not all that much at this stage. Oh yeah, we also needed to look at that recycling plant or trash area. There's not really any need for a migration station on this map because it's surrounded by 2 places that are already well established and claimed and everything. Yes, you can also do that. Just remember that it also removes your ability to continue your torch wall. Yeah. I actually haven't messed around with that a lot. What happens when you reconnect it and your build limit has been overridden? Does it like extend? Can you have like, say, you know, 180 out of 175 buildings? I guess you could. It works great if you make 2 directions to cut off corruption. Well, except in the joint area where it's like connecting to the rest of your base. Because that place will not be like covered in corruption resistance, right? Yeah, I probably don't like that idea. I'd rather just get the build limit and not like put myself in a potential corner later when I least need it. Tell you what we need though, we need a medic station. Save area has larger AoE than the build area. Well, that's a good point. Except for torches. Right? Torches is a little bit different. Because their build radius equals their corruption resistance. Of course, if I build a fire torch here and I surround these tiles with wall, then they won't be connected, of course, I believe. I just did it after I knocked out all the corruption. I mean, once you remove all the corruption, you can just move the torches outright eventually. These up here should be safe though, because this has been like cleared out for a long time. And I'm too impatient to wait for my villagers to go and tear it down, especially when they can't, so sometimes just opt into like do a bit of manual deconstruction. aka burn it down to the ground. Yeah, so that what you're saying is that you didn't know that these were a thing, basically, these courier stations. I could see why that would be a problem. Food storage. So need a rock storage over here, a wooden storage. Let's also do a miscellaneous one. Oh, we have no key shacks or gold storage. Oh, that explains a couple things. Guess I should have seen that coming. Well, I suppose I was a little bit preoccupied, huh? Yeah, I never made them until like year 2 of map without corruption. And I only made them because a quest wanted me to make some lol. Ah, I see. Yeah, they're pretty essential. But it must be nice now that you have like everything sorted that you can like take a breather, right? Don't have to like worry about the world giving you a hard time. It's fun making a large city. Thinking around 300 pop. Yeah, that would also explain why it's hard for you to keep up your rations. If that's the case. Because obviously they'll all be eating it instead of stockpiling it or sending it off. A tiny bit. Let's get some roads in on this. Okay, let's also get all this stuff upgraded. Or at least marked for upgrading. Then we should probably go and take a look at the world map to see what's going on out there. Because it's been a while. And the corruption's pretty much been all but dealt, like completely been dealt with here, so can like start looking at another place. Day 15. Yeah, we would have done that like way sooner had I not done that major screw up. Well, I guess at least made it a little bit more interesting. Pink. Well, I guess we get a chest. But I assume all the, yeah, none of the objectives, like they're all on cooldown. Well, let's just open this one and see what we get. +1 to nomad armor. Oh, amount, not armor. Nomad amount. Oh, that's actually really good. -50% second labor golem spell cooldown. Meh. No mad amounts. So, dude, that's like pretty strong, because that's gonna be in effect for every single time we get a nomad group, which is very frequently. Oh, we can actually send people. We can send people to freaking Valencia, dude. Let's do that. So from narrow path to Valencia. That's probably gonna be the thing that we're gonna do. By the way, where on the map did you start out Cellfire? Just curious. Because you also said that, wow, new UI. Amazing. Because you also talked about how you started over a couple times, so I was also curious about whether or not you started over on the same map every time. Or if you tried like different maps. Valencia. So if we send 40 people over, we have more than enough. Let's just try and send 50 over time. Just because we can. Wait, what? Oh, fucking lightning storm destroyed some of our queued up storage here. Rock storage, wood storage, and then I think it was a miscellaneous. Like, just completely negated that whole thing. How obnoxious. Okie dokie. Doing okay on gold coins, but we could also, like, while migrating people across, set up a manufacturing for, oh yeah, armor. Like, I keep forgetting to build armor and toolsmiths on these maps, because I always end up like focusing on all the other things instead. Now I don't even know where to bloody put this thing, because it's like all the way out here is the only place where we've got the room for it. Damn you, game. So many fucking things moving around out here, though. Well, we can also try and get some Nephilim adults. You have been blessed. Rachel. Drinking water, you've now been blessed. And those are all our pregnant women, so yay. It wasn't really all that much. Yeah, we should probably tone down the amount of builders. God, we have like 1 billion lumberjacks still too. I think they're better put into work as our cooks. Let's just do 2 provisioners. Courier supplier. Suppose we can also start sending stuff across to Valencia. So what are we interested in? Not sending trash across. Oh god, we have like no tools. Completely exhausted all that stuff. We have like almost 350 freaking iron bars. Okay. Could send some keys along, but let's just do some of them. And let's do some daily food. And that should just about cover it. I'm gonna take a quick toilet break and I'll be right back. Rat von Humpeting. Humpeting. I wonder if also it uses the more interesting names for the Nephilim in the game. That could be kind of funny. Oh, just back in time for Streamraiders. Cool. Let's see, we did start a new map. Killing field. Let's try that, see how this goes. That is a lot of enemies. Oof, we're taking a lot of damage though. And if that toad comes in there, yeah. I don't think we'll make this one. Those toads are like way too strong. We'll have to try again. Well. I mean, it does say it's very easy. It's the first freaking level of the map, but yet, yeah, I guess we just lost the momentum. Just got the notice that you're alive, thanks Twitch. Wow. Yeah, so Discoverability on Twitch, huh? That's not really a thing, is it? It's kind of weird. But we can try again. Okay, so rise to runes for a little bit more, maybe? Let's see. Oh, right, I should actually be switching over. Because I wanted to get started on a different game that's like... Well... I don't know how to explain it. I think it's just best to show it. So let's actually get out of this one. Ah, shit, right. I know what I forgot to do today. I forgot to make a stream layout for that game. Oh well. I can probably just copy the one from Rise to Ruins and just move stuff around. That's usually how it goes anyway. But yeah, we've got nothing interesting to look forward in terms of objectives, so it's all like completely vague. But we've made like good progress on the world map. Let's get out of here. So, do you guys enjoy factory building games? And do you like city building games? You got a lot of essence. I got more chests I can't open. God, sorry about that. Oh, that must have been super loud. "1,300 hours in Factorio." I don't know if enjoy is the right word. Okay. This is still like super loud, huh? It was lul. It was lul. Yeah. Yeah, give me a moment. It scared me. Sorry about that. Yeah, the game volume was like at 100%, and like I had to put it down to 3%. Did it as fast as I could. Because I was like, ah shit, I can't really mute anything. Anyways, let me just duplicate Rise to Ruins. It's a game called Factory Town. And if you like factory building games and city building games, this might be just something for you. But let me just get this. Oh yeah, I got that game. It was fun to play. Why in past tense? Where is it? Game capture. Because I not played after playing it before. Okay. Here, not auto. Need to capture a specific window. There we go. Wow. Then move it down to where it belongs. Played it for a few weeks. Ah, okay, that's a good amount of time still. So I'm not gonna move around the stream overlays too much to begin with, because this is just the main menu after all. Made everything in game and got bored. Okay. So that just tells me that you didn't do a custom scenario then that was different from the defaults. Because you can do quite a lot of stuff with this. So it's like a... it's a factory building game for those that are unaware. But it's mixed with town building stuff. The idea is that you collect resources and you sort of distribute it amongst your villagers, and they repay you with resources that you use to expand your reach. And it's got random generation, which is kind of cool. Might have had a lot less in it when I played it. Okay, if it's a long time ago, then yes. Like it gets fairly frequent updates that are quite substantial. Like, it just recently got an update that adds wooden trains to the game so that you can get started on the train system much earlier as a result. I'm probably just gonna stick with like the default rule set, but you can do like some things here and even customize them to your heart's consent. So like down to like, oh, recipes for grain, how many work units, how much time does it take, and how much do you need. So if you wanted to, like, you could come, and this is something I haven't necessarily, I don't know if this is available on the workshop, I don't know if anyone has made this, any of these, but like if we load up Railmania, it changes how certain things work. See all these blue things? So for instance, I believe, yeah, the costs are like changed for the things to make them more accessible, and you get them earlier and stuff like that. Which is really cool, because this, to me, is like an insane replayability value. It's like if you're playing Factorio, right? You can play a rail world thing where it just puts all the resources really far away as a preset, so that you're like more it promotes more use of railways, basically. We'll just use default. I believe advanced just changes certain global, yeah, so things take like longer and stuff. So there's a lot of options for challenges there alone. Oh, yeah, none of that was option when you saw it. Okay. I see. But this is like really cool. Start state. Yeah, you can also change your victory conditions to be like something else than the default. The default is that you build an Omni temple, and that's pretty much it. But you could make it literally anything. You could make it that you need to build like 10 of these, for instance. You could make it so that you need to produce like a certain amount of resources, you know. Anything is like open to you, which is really cool. Also that you need to acquire like a certain level of happiness, which might require you to work harder than to try and acquire just the Omni Temple. Because, you know, the Omni Temple is one of those things where eventually you'll get it if you just wait long enough and have the things that require it, of course. Whereas the happiness thing depends on you like continually acquiring stuff. Anyways. So this is our map settings. We can also change that. So plains and rivers is the default starting biome, but we can like say like which biomes we want the random generator to use as well. So if you want a really difficult map, you can totally make that. So if you wanted your map to only be islands, you would just only take the islands thing. And of course you would also need to like, you know, make your starting zone like an island thing. Because the way it might be a little bit apparent, but it's like a large square area that then contains that one biome, so to speak, right? So you can see that with our starting area, that's like the size of each region, so to speak. So like this starting area has its own biome, and then this other one next to it has like what seems like islands now, right? And then the others, those are the ridges. So you could like do some pretty cool stuff where you force yourself, for instance, to use a lot of water-based transport, or you just don't have a lot of land to begin with. You could take like, for instance, these oasis tiles, they don't have trees on them, so you're very limited in terms of resources that are available to you and farmable land. Or you could also just make the like terrain super steep with like water in between and such. I do think I wanna like, let's see, what do we want? I do like chunky islands. That's a pretty cool biome, but maybe not start on a chunky island, because then, or an island maybe even, because the whole reason why the starting biome is selectable as a separate thing is to allow you to like you know, establish yourself before you spread out. So you don't want to completely gimp yourself to the point where it's going to be virtually impossible to continue playing. This is also a good way to like figure out, okay, what the different biome types are like. Like plains and rivers is a cool one because it's like gives you good landmass. That's probably also why that's the starting default. So we'll want plains and rivers, I think. I want one that has a lot of water in it. Of course, it's gonna look goofy due to the way it transitions between areas, but that's just the nature of the game, so Chunky Islands is like a go, and then Lakeland is what? Okay, so it's like the rivers thing, but just with a bunch of lakes. Nah. Low ridges, that's just mainland stuff. Mesa Valleys, that gives you both like sandy terrain and grassy, fertile soil. Swamp Forest. Maybe they have like a higher density on trees. That seems to be the case. Because he's like changed a lot of stuff. Ooh, the volcanic islands are kind of interesting. They seem like pretty challenging to work around. Archipelagos are also pretty cool, but they do do this steep terrain that's really hard to expand. We'll maybe get into that. Plateaus. Oh, they also have water. They're just like infertile plateaus instead of the archipelagos, which is like inverted. You could also just say like all, right? And then it just becomes an amalgamation of everything. But no. None. I am contemplating if we also want desert areas, but I don't think we can get that without it basically being large land masses. The ridge is also pretty difficult because there's a lot of landmass that's just occupied by mountainous terrain. So you need to like spend a lot of resources to circumvent that, to turn it into something useful. Okay. Chunky Islands, Volcanic Islands, Archipelago. So now we're getting like an idea of what the world is gonna look like. Oh, and of course, plains and rivers. Would that be too easy? I mean, that would give you a lot of land mass to work with. That might actually be too easy. Could just have that only be the main island area where it's like, this is the central area anyways. Or we could make it spicy. Could start on a chunky island just to keep it interesting, I suppose. That might maybe be good enough for this challenge. How to place town center. No thanks. Smooth starting area off. What does that even do? Like, I really like this world preview where you can see what happens. Some neat worlds. Yes. Yes, indeed. Oh yeah, here you go. Resources. I think this is also new. Because it changed how the whole resource distribution thing works. This is like 26 by default, so if I switch this up, notice how they're becoming way more scattered. So like there's barely any resources on the map, forcing you to like expand outwards pretty significantly. I do believe the default is pretty okay though, because as far as I remember, it used to be a thing where it was just like a continuous like repeating pattern from the middle in terms of the randomness factor on the placement when you move out. But now it attenuates the further out you go. So the further out you go, the more sparse the resource supplies become, but the more rare the stuff becomes as well. So closer to the center, you have more like large quantities of stuff, but you also have mostly just basic resources. So it helps you get started, I think was the idea. But then as you spread out, you get more of the specialized resources, but they also like diminish in size. So with this new system, the idea was to make it more challenging by forcing you to like have more like logistics setups in order to get things moved around. So, and I haven't played since he implemented that system, which is why I wanted to give it a go. And then map size, you can say infinite. And that's what we're gonna do. It means that we can buy more and more terrain. And I haven't had any performance issues on that scale, so I think we'll hopefully, I hope that we'll do good. This is our area where we start. Oof. Okay, so let's get the stream overlay taken care of first. Don't really need that box there. It's not really a lot of UI in the game, is there? So I can move my ugly face all the way out here. Because most of the UI is like on the left hand side. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Okay, the resolution has been changed. Good. Because I haven't played this since I got a new monitor either. Okay. So first off, you want a town center. This is like a one-off building. We only get one. And the placement as a result is fairly important. Now this is not like your Factorio where everything you build is like, you know, it's hard to like move around, and well, I guess Factorio isn't really hard to move around. But it's one of those games where you always get 100% return on your investments. And there's no dangers. It's all about like figuring out the logistic sides of the game. So that is like your main challenge. So we start out with our 4 workers here. And to get started, we want to tell some of those to start collecting some wood and sending it back to our main building. Is the audio good, by the way? Might as well ask that before we get any deeper in. Because I'm monitoring it over here, but you know, I'm just double checking on you. But yeah, so we have our resources, and there's a lot of resources in the game, this game, that eventually will require like crafting processes and whatnot. But to begin with, we need to, all we want to focus on is like building houses. That being said though, I do want to set some space aside for these buildings. These take up a 3x3. So if we do that here, that should be okay. And what each of these houses will do, costing us I think aren't the baseline houses actually free, I believe. Yeah, I think they're free. Yeah, the paths, they cost wood though. We want to connect these things up. So these houses allow us to like have more workers. As you can see in the top left, we currently have 4 out of 12 workers. And the way that we get more workers is just by literally building them. And in order to do so, in the bottom left, we can see each worker is going to cost us 5 of these yellow coins here. And we want to just put down some over here. And the reason why is in order to make coins, you need to feed your houses. And since we're just starting out, our only option is to like harvest manually crops that are growing wild, and then assigning a worker for each house. And they'll continuously do these tasks, of course. And each time they get back with a piece of wheat, this house gets like a, oh, right, there's this UI. Guess I should move the text box out so this is not occluded. Just give me a moment. That way we can have chat without including that stuff. And I guess we can actually also use this opportunity to move the Streamraiders countdown over. Just so it's not in the middle of everything. Doop-doop. Just taking another glance at all the things that are down here. I think that is pretty much all I need to do for the time being. Oh, there is some more over on the right hand side. Okay, maybe I can put myself here. Hopefully that's going to be okay. Try and pay attention to the UI and stuff. Anyways, so we're slowly accumulating coins, which will in turn allow us to buy more workers, which will allow us to supply more food and then grow the village and everything. So now for these buildings, we can see here they have a happiness meter. And it says for food they have 1 out of 11. So when we click on this, in the middle you can see all the different food types here. So grain is like one food category. And if I remember correctly, I think they can have 20 food stored internally. No, that might be for marketplaces later on. But they basically consume this stuff over time, so that's why we need to have people constantly returning, because, you know, gaining more coins gives us the opportunity to provide more workers to the workforce and then gather more food for them. Can also technically start collecting berries, which is a different like food group over here in like a fruit section. So we do another 4 and just assign one of each to these houses. It looks so happy bouncing around. Yeah. It's like one of my friends told me, looks like a cute game. Let's just make sure they're all like, I think they're all being, oh, one person's like, I might have, yeah, these two are like doing the same house. Oops. Oh, okay, they do automatically switch between the houses. I actually forgot about that. My bad. But yeah, this is like a very chill game. It's not like an adrenaline rush thing. It's all about optimization and like building up your supply lines. Actually, let's I also forgot that I need to update the title, so just give me a moment to do that. Or not the title, but the game category. Factory Town. And this is like a really, like if you're into this kind of game and you don't have it, I would highly recommend it, because it's one of those games that has a developer that does active development very frequently and puts out like meaningful substantial updates, and instead of just a bunch of stuff that doesn't really go anywhere. So it's one of those games that even after buying it and having played it once, you can eventually return to and have like a new experience. Okay, so what's the next step here? Probably to process some wood, I assume. Yeah, we need some planks. So let's get a look at that. So in order to make planks, we need a lumber mill. Nothing too crazy there. Of course, we can't put it down on top of our villagers that are walking around. So if we click on this lumber mill, we get our UI over here, which has like a select recipe thing, and we tell it to make planks. That's gonna require 2 wood. And it tells you exactly where it can be harvested, what it's produced by, and so forth. Town specialty, I don't know what that is. That seems new to me. Huh. Okay. Oh yeah, we can't have any more workers, so we actually have to like reassign some of our workforce into working on this. So what we'll do is that we'll take this other one. I took one guy to tell him to like take logs from the forest, put it into the lumber And then this other worker is going to take the planks and move them into the town center. And basically all the resources that are stored in the town center are accessible for us to be built with. Mining specialty. Farming specialty. I wonder, I think maybe he's changed it so now that you're supposed to like, or promoted into building multiple smaller house societies or whatever, like buildings. No worker assignment. Wait, what? Oh, you can build these now with, oh, okay, that's interesting. That's a new, you didn't used to be able to build buildings without having a clear worker slot. Okay, so we'll delete an existing worker. That's totally fine because these buildings also need an internal worker in order to work, and that also detracts from your worker capacity. But it used to be a thing that you couldn't have like built anything without having available workers. Now it seems like you can completely build stuff without anything. And this says that it's going to take 1 second to build it. Or to craft whatever it is, the planks in this case. And happiness has an effect on it, so if we get like these houses more happy, then the crafting speed on buildings become faster and faster. Upgrade this building though, and this unlocks a new build cap for our houses, but also a bunch of other stuff that we can build. Do want to like extend this village though. Kind of run out of space, but that's fine. We can remove resources. We'll just extend this road down. Okay, so now we've unlocked the ability to build a food market. Now you'll notice here that a food market has this magical range here. And it's pretty cool. It used to be that only buildings within the range of the food market would be basically fed by that thing, but now it also affects the town center. So if I build this over here, as long as the town center is within range, I think it also might need a road, but as long as it's within range, it'll sort of like we can transport things into this market instead of walking all the way back, and it should like be accessible to our workers or our houses. There we go. See how it all lights up? That's because it's all connected. So let's also get this guy here. So we're gonna now tell them to take all those foods there instead. So it all gets centralized. And if we build a road over to where these berries are, they should also move a little bit faster along that path. We can do the same for all this stuff up here. So now, instead of being like each individual house, well, it's still like each individual house, but we get an overview looking at the food market. So we see here what the overall satisfaction is, right? It's like 50% on the grains section, fruit is 63, and vegetables is 88. And whenever we deliver to the food market, we still generate coins. It's just like an easier way to generate and transport stuff. You know, logistics. Chris and Jen apparently tried to post something, maybe a link. If it's a link, then that automatically gets removed. So I'm just gonna assume that that's a nefarious link. Anyways, so in order to progress from here, we need to start doing research. Okay, well, our workers can like continue while we take out this battle in Streamraiders first then. Okay, let's try and put a defensive buff down. I don't know if it's gonna matter, but we'll see. Those rogues are getting fucking wrecked though. Yeah, there's nothing like I don't think there's really much reason to build rogues, because all it does is that it breaks the stones and spawns more enemies. And distracts the other enemies, I suppose, but... I guess that's the point of the rogue, but wouldn't it be better just to take out the enemies instead of just postponing it? I don't know. Must be a rogue day or something. These toads are getting dangerously close though. Ooh. More power at 99 damage. Okay, that went pretty well this time. Boy, you get some coins, and Kanye also gets some coins. Get that out of the way. Well, I guess we're just gonna take the better chest. You guys can manage. I believe in you. There's like a bunch of dudes down here, pretty high level. I believe we could take them out pretty quickly if we went like head on early in the match. I'll allow you to also put some units over there, or propose some units there too, but I would probably focus them all down there. Anyways, back to Factory Town. Okay. So, as I was about to say, there's like two things we can do now. We can build a general store, we can build a school. A school is required for us to do research, so why don't we go and get that started already? Let's just put it over here, because we need a lumber mill in order to operate it as well. And I think we also need a well to operate that lumber mill for what we need it for. Okay, so it does still assign one worker if you have it available. Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, we need to make some paper. That requires 1 wood and 1 water. So not as many trees are going to go down in order to try and make this paper, but we do also need water, which means that we can no longer, like, we'll need an additional villager that fetches water from this well at the moment. And we also still need someone to fetch the wood into the lumber mill, as well as someone who transports the paper from the paper or lumber mill, I guess, still into the school. And here we can open up this research thing. We can research grain processing or woodworking. Also get basic logistics. Allows you to make now wooden conveyor belts and wooden railways, which is that new thing, like low tier stuff that I mentioned earlier. Or we could do masonry. Let's see, woodworking would allow us to make wagons. Barns and workshops. Grain processing only gives us a grain mill. It might allow us to get coins faster, so that's what we're going to go for. So the research is going to cost a certain amount of coins. This up here is like a little bit new. Oh, so you get these research points. They can accumulate now, it seems. That's interesting. Used to be like a I actually can't see that anywhere. Oh, so you just buy it now. Okay. Yeah, that's different. It used to be a thing where you had to continuously feed in, like you had to choose a research job and then it would continuously feed in resources, and then that way make progress whenever you fit in the thing. But now it's just like a permanent, you like always operate the thing. Don't know if I appreciate that, but it does mean now that Or coins and stuff are only consumed whenever we need to do upgrades. I think later you can just have, well, auto pump into the buildings. Yes, this you can. You can indeed. And we can actually probably do that pretty early on. Don't think you can do it with shoots though. Okay, well I guess we'll just research all of it. In order to do the other research we need red coins, however. That will require a general store. Can't afford bring more resources. Okay, so in order to do this we need more rocks. Stone. I think we've only had like, yeah, one villager work on it, so let's get some more in. We're also still making planks. But does it work differently now? I think it does. Huh. So now you gotta supply the planks in order to apply those upgrades. You can't just have it stored somewhere. Well, that's definitely also new. I wonder if that's like handled through this general store. Which we can also put literally anywhere, it just has to be within the range of like the town center and, you know, connected through road. But it does mean that we can technically put it over here. Let's put a lumber mill up here. Set it to produce planks. And I guess actually we'll need to reassign just one person because we'll be taking these planks directly into this workshop here. Which works just like the marketplace. They have different needs as well, but instead of returning you yellow coins, you'll notice that this returns red coins instead. So now these red coins are used for other things. Notably, like they're used for terraforming as well. The yellow coins are also used to purchase land. I think this was changed to a flat rate now, so now buying land every time will only cost you 500 coins. It doesn't increase anymore. It used to like gradually increase for every tile that you or region that you bought, but I guess that's different. Oh yeah, okay, so now when you've supplied them with planks through the store, you can just upgrade them for free, huh? That's interesting. Gives you less control because it gets like distributed at random unless you're like singling out the buildings, but I guess that's cool. I suppose it makes like contextual sense as well, given how like in the past you would already also be providing them with planks through this general store and supplying them with it, but they wouldn't really use it on anything. They would just like disappear into thin air and be converted to red coins. This could be pretty cool, I guess. It's just gonna take a while because we have so many houses, so we basically have to wait for all the houses to be supplied with 5 planks now. Because it seems to just cycle through them one by one. That's okay though. We need the coins anyway in order to do like research. Do I want to research the chutes though? I've rarely ever used them in the past. I think making wooden conveyor belts and railways might be more interesting. So what's required for us to even do that? Oh yeah, we also got log bridges now. Rail costs. Railroad control. Farming, mining. I mean, they're down here. Same as wooden conveyor belt, but it's locked. Oh, okay, so it opens up. I see. That is expensive at the moment, though. In order to upgrade the main building here, we need some stone bricks and wooden wheels. None of which we can even produce yet, I believe. Nope. Right, we can't even... No, wait, we can. We can make a workshop that allows you to produce wooden wheels. We just don't have the population to run the building, so we have to wait for these to be supplied. Oh, and they even get upgraded automatically now. Lovely. So that's another thing I was wondering if that would be the case, but that is the case, so that's pretty cool. Okay, let's build a workshop over here, though. Put a little spacing in between here, so it doesn't get super congested. But here we can make stuff like these wooden wheels, but as you'll notice, we'll also need planks. So this is like the start of another production chain. Let's just do this. Another planks production. So we'll need someone to take wood from a forest into there, someone to take the planks into the workshop, and then we can... I wonder. Take someone to take the wheels into the town center. And that is something we also want because wagons are also something we can craft. And they can carry 4 items at a time instead of 1, so they're a little bit more efficient. They do still require a worker capacity, but, you know, standing between 2 buildings 24/7. Yeah, that's why eventually you switch that out with like a conveyor, right? So, could be worse. Guess we also want a stonemason so that we can get that second upgrade for those houses. Stone bricks. Let's do 2 again. One that takes stone directly there from, and then the stone bricks into the main building. So yeah, production chains in this game when starting out is pretty simple. It's nothing too crazy. And like, you can even do stuff where they share like a lumber mill if you want to. If you were to assign more villagers to the same lumber mill, they will alternate between who gets to pick the next piece of wood into the next nearby building. So. Like, if we wanted to speed this up, we could by providing another person that gathers wood, so maybe we should. Because it does need 2 pieces of wood in order to make planks. Do we need that over here though? Maybe not for the main building, but we could for the one that supplies planks to the general store. Let's see. Huh. For some reason I seem to recall that you could also sell the wooden wheels, but I guess not. But yeah, the way the game is balanced is that generally speaking, the more complex the item is to craft, the more valuable it also will be. So there's like benefits in spreading out your production for sure. And this building just needs the wooden wheels and stone bricks, so we're producing all that. Some are fairly simple to make too, yes. Absolutely. And still give large income. Well, true, but the resources might be more rare. So especially on, I assume on the newer maps, it's going to be a bit more difficult for the logistics system to transport them across, because like they'll be further away and like even and in smaller deposits than they normally used to be. Could also make some kind of bridge out here to start fishing. Let's see, that would be around here. And yes, you can make floating structures in this game. It's very forgiving. But you can also like make these wooden pillars to make them connect all the way down if you want to. I currently don't care about that, but maybe if I go back and need this pier eventually, I will clean it up. And there's also like some auto pathing stuff here. Which is gonna be fine for now. It's just gonna use some wood. That does mean that we can get like a villager or two harvesting those fish and sending them to the marketplace. And that should supply this fish need down here. And they're also selling for 2 gold coins each, so win-win. Let's also get a grain building to make flour. It'll require 3 grain to 1 flour, so that's why I'm building it closer to the grain fields than the marketplace. We also need an additional villager to move this stuff across when it's done crafting. But grain does produce 4 coins, so you basically get 1 extra coin out of your grain in terms of quantity. Increase the house limit, new research available, bunch of lovely stuff. Tell you what though, we are running out of space on this whole ordeal over there. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Shoot. I wanted the flattened thing. Okay, I think it's about time that I go in here and customize the toolbar a little bit to my liking. Meh. It's fine enough. So we can flatten the ground here to make room for the houses without requiring like fancy stilt setup building things. It does require red coins to terraform though, and the more significant the terraforming you're doing, the more expensive it is. And that's why like starting on a very... oh god damn it. The wrong one still. That's why starting on a more mountainous map is a bit more difficult in the beginning. As you can't really afford the terraforming until like way later. And since they require red coins for us, we have to like sell processed goods. It's floating on the water. Yeah, but it's like a dirt path that's put onto like a hanging bridge, just sticking into the water like that. I wouldn't really call it a pontoon bridge. If that's what you were like insinuating. Can also sell some stone brick. Yeah. Let's do this. And the thing is, we can also take like, say if we wanted to, we could take a guy from this main building and also pick out resources and then sell them or send them to like other places to be. So we could gather all the resources to like one central hub and then transport it out from there. I don't usually do that though, but you can definitely do it. It's a thing. want like any weird ass crooked roads if I can help it. This is okay for now though, just to connect that house. Oh, so the houses also have to be connected to the school now in order to produce research. Ah. Does it actually generate... It generates happiness now. Wait, what? Oh, that explains it. Okay, then I definitely like this system. What's all this? Magical knowledge tomes and shit? Oh, this is really cool. I really like this actually. Integrating the school into like the happiness system is actually really dope. Because that means that the school actually has a function long past its, you know, research purpose, so to speak. Oh, we should get farming. Farming early on, please. And we can get tailoring coin boosters. What the hell are those? That's neat, yes. I don't even know what coin boosters are either. Food building just does that. Forestry allows us to retain our forests, which probably should do that. Yeah, and another problem with the old like research system is that because it had like a running gold cost, you eventually got to that point where you felt like you were running out of coins because they were being reinvested into research, basically like constantly trying to like overproduce coins to the point where you could like sustain your supply that way. Let's just build this here, that's fine. So now what this does is that it harvests the trees in its AoE effect, but it doesn't remove them. That is the difference. The workers that are manually harvesting wood like this, they do delete the trees that they're harvesting too. In some case can't keep production chain going because it ran out of coins. Well, I assume those are still going to be the case. The crafting costs for certain production chains are probably still going to be a thing. I at least assume so. Yeah, so now we can like build a forester in here instead of having this guy forested manually, though we do still need to transport the wood back and forth. It is harvested from within the building, and then later we can automate that by like cutting out the sort of villagers that would otherwise need to operate the thing. It has to be processed wood, huh? Do you think we want another forester in the other end here though? Anywhere else? Oh right, we also have this thing over here. I totally forgot about that. This might actually be an excellent situation for a wagon replacement instead of having multiple workers, now that I think about it. Because that's kind of the idea here, is that instead of having like two villagers going to the same building, you can then replace it with a wagon that can supply the amounts that those multiple villagers would do. Here we go. Should do it. Trying to work out what game to play currently. Don't we all sell fire? That tends to be like my conundrum on a daily basis almost. It's always like that looming question, what to play next. So like for the last couple of days while I've been sick, I've really been wanting to play Factory Town, but I also wanted to stream it. So it's like, well, I know if I started playing it outside of the stream, I would get like so far in that I wouldn't feel like starting over, but I also didn't want to like, you know, just bring you in midst of like a crazy ass setup. I got 6 I wanted to play, but I need to buy them / wait for release. And that's another thing if there's games you want to play but you can't afford them. That is definitely also an issue. Okay, so I think we need to consider building a farm. Before we run out of the local deposits. Deposits? What am I even saying? I think we can like squeeze it in here, right? Why is this not allowed? Oh, we don't have any planks. I see. I see. Oh, and I think it assigned the recipe automatically. Good job, game. Then we can replace this with a wagon. Yeah, you can plant crops already now. It's just really expensive, is all. Farming here. Like you can plant grain, it's just like 10 coins per field, so it's like, you know. You can plant it without a farm tile as well. You don't need the farm tiles. Having a farm tile underneath, which requires fertilizer, which is a, you know, takes a while, does allow them to water the crops and fertilize them though, making them grow faster. But you can still plant raw resources very early on, otherwise you could get easily stuck. And I did this boo-boo last time I played the game, where I was like, god damn it, I over harvested all the grain and now I can't get any, but I need fertilizer in order to place down farm tiles in order to grow the grain. But in order to get the fertilizer I need grain for the pastures, and because you need to make animal feed. And it was this like catch-22 situation that didn't seem quite right. And with good reason, because it wasn't right. I was wrong. It's only the trees, they do need like the tree planter in order to be grown, as far as I know. I think we have enough planks now though. Oops. But yeah, otherwise you could get like easily stuck. So in the beginning it's all about like making use of like the most of what you have available to you. There we go. And the only like difference, like the sooner you build a farm, you know, the more wheat fields you might have, or tiles, so that you might not need those farm tiles underneath in order to speed up the growth, because you just have, you know, pure mass that can like make up for the growth speed. Yeah, this is pretty good. You can even like delete that guy and replace him with a wagon and wagon. By the way, I got some sound emotes now, or sound alerts that you can trigger now on stream. So you can do like actually I haven't tested these, so let me know if this is like super loud, okay? That did sound pretty freaking loud, I'm not gonna lie. I hope you guys didn't get a shock from that. It's using I'm awake. Perfect. I've got more though. Banana volume level was perfect.
Have a banana.
I also did one for RimWorld. So that's gonna be super nice when whenever I'm gonna get back into RimWorld. They all have the same volume right now, so if it is too loud, I am generally asking so that I can tone it down just a little bit. Actually, can I see it in this? Yes, I do have ONI. I have a lot of games. Okay, might want to cover your ears for this one. No? Yeah. Okay, that is super fucking loud. Holy shit, that's all up in the red. I'm sorry. That was the anti-grain warhead explosion from RimWorld as well. Because I thought, why not? But yeah, I have ONI. Actually, if you go to this link, you can also find it on my stream page. You can find a direct link that takes you straight to where the like my Steam page is, and you can see all the games that I have. So if there's anything on there that you would like to see me play, that's kind of why it's there. So you can easily sort of figure that, or find out what I own and what I don't own. You can also see what games like I've played, so take that as like a reference for how likely I am to stream it, I suppose. Streamraiders. Maybe haste would have been better. Oh well. Also, I can seemingly have a virtually endless list of items I can add to the loyalty store, so if there's like some sound emotes that people want to use, I can add them. And even if sound emotes end up becoming really popular or whatever and get overused, I'll just put like a loyalty point cost on there. Currently there's no cost there, just to promote the use of them and to like sort of introduce them. But if it does end up being like a thing, I can always add a cost to it. And loyalty points are just awarded from watching the stream anyway, so it's not like a huge deal. The only limit right now is there's like a 1 minute cooldown per person. Okay, well, just a lot of trash mobs, it seems. So we just need to be able to do a lot of AoE damage on these groups here. Pretty hard to like put down like a say an artillery, for instance, that would do a good job at it, because they're also very squishy. What else could we do? Because I'm thinking right now. Peppermint bomber, maybe? Like the bomber dude? That'd be nice. All right, let's go back to Factory Town. Now the good thing about it, Factory Town, is it can just manage itself. There's no time limit or anything. And let's see. Tools. Oh, I did remove that remove resources tool, didn't I? Okay, let's see here. Also grown cut grass. I think that's free. I believe that's just aesthetic. Right? Yeah, it doesn't actually make the soil underneath. Maybe it does. Nope, it does not. It's like very deceiving. The ground underneath stays like sandy, so I seem to recall that was the case, but couldn't quite remember. If I remember, okay, removing resources costs like 10 coins, so it's not too expensive. Have a banana. Oh, we've got a first level free house over here. Next thing would be to supply nails. But we're not quite there yet. That requires metal processing. Let's clear out some more space though. Of course, once you get your production chains up and running, you can be a bit more generous with how you're like terraforming stuff, and it goes by pretty quickly. Also use up your coins pretty quickly. They also go by. Okay, so what else do we have here? What's the next step? Got a forester. A barn can be used as like a storage similar to the town center. It just has a limited amount of storage spaces in which it can like contain things in. Okay. How about the workshop? Because we can make cloth with these. Do we have cotton? We have some cotton over here. Looks fairly flat. So if we build a farm, we can start getting this thing on the road. And it's already like immediately going to be starting to harvest cotton. Now we could also build a farm over here and plant our own cotton and wait like 1 billion years. But there's like, and that might be new to you as well, Cellfire, by the way. I'm not entirely sure if you're aware, but where do you even see that anymore or now? But there should be like a affinity thing as well that you can see. Is it world data? Not crops. God damn it! How do you see it? Oh, okay. You can see it on the crops here. When I'm clicking on it, you can see the affinity in the top right actually. So you see that there's like an affinity for cotton. It's 100%. It basically means that you get like a production bonus for these cotton plants around here because they naturally spawned here, so they have like an affinity for it. Okay, if I were to plop down a, let's just do it for the funds. Like if I select the cotton plant here, you can see these green tiles. That's where the cotton affinity is. It's like in the bottom right. So if I put them over here, the yield is only going to be 5, but over here they're going to be 20. Because if you put the field thing in water, they go up. Well, not just that, it's also affected by the affinity. That being said though, if I were to plant some cotton over here, outside of like a cotton affinity area, it would just gradually convert over time. Same with these other crops, of course. And that goes true for every resource in the game as far as I know. Like wood is the same, they also have affinities. I don't remember if stone is the same because they have like that, like an underground mining system that's a bit different. But yeah. That was also introduced not too long ago. I think that's really cool because the idea with it was to like motivate you to also, like it was done alongside the resource redistribution algorithm change or whatever, so that you were promoted to like use logistics to get, you know, to large or far away places more. Because if he hadn't done that affinity system, a lot of stuff would just be easily locally grown and nothing would really motivate you necessarily to go out and you know, go to places where the resources were already naturally occurring. But because of the affinity system, you get like a head start, so to speak, if you utilize them. And it's a pretty significant one too. And those benefits can also be modified for the world setting. So you can literally have like a map challenge setup where things are really expensive, but if you utilize affinity, you get like large bonuses to the point where in order to play the game, basically you have to utilize the affinity system, otherwise you won't. It'll take you forever to afford stuff. Just as one example. And I was having like an idea here. So, general store, right? We can have multiple of these. It doesn't cause any issues. Can I connect a general store to a general store? Is that how that works? No, it's because I see how it is. It's because I'm placing it within this circle here. It's not the general store that has to reach the main building, it's the main building that has to reach the general store. Meaning that I can build it out here and it'll still supply stuff to the villagers. And these, let's call them congregation buildings or whatever, they don't need a worker. So you can build as many of these as you want to hook up to your houses and it'll be fine. It's just like a resource drop-off point. So now we can have our workshop over here, which can be literally right next to it if we wanted to. But probably should be closer to the farm. And here we want to produce some cloth out of cotton. And for the time being, that's like pretty much all we can do. So let's get 2 wagons in. One that takes the cotton from the farm to the workshop, and one that takes the processed cloths from the workshop over to the general store. It seems like it can barely keep up with the output. And you know, it doesn't matter if we build a regular worker or a wagon for this workshop. It's okay. And this building will also speed up as happiness increases, so. I'm a little bit confused though. Why does it say 0 happiness? Huh? Why does this workshop not get any happiness bonus? Oh, is that because it's like outside the, It probably is, isn't it? So because it's outside the range of the happiness thing, you don't get that bonus. Okay. Or right outside of the range of those houses, it doesn't get that happiness bonus. That's a problem. You can kind of put it here though, interestingly enough. How is it again? Because we can I believe we can actually do something pretty cheeky. Something that's a pretty cool feature, if I remember. Yes, the move tool. This one is very useful. We can just take this building and move it over there. And the reason why that is very nifty is because it like it keeps all the crafting recipes and everything that's hooked up to it. So all the workers that are transporting to it, they stay the same, so you don't have to configure it again. I also noticed that I don't have a destroy block thing on my hotbar because I fucked it up. There we go. XN runtime, another one posting a link, I suppose. Interesting, bots are getting peculiar these days. Unless it's a genuine link, but then they would write something. I feel like I get way too many, like when it usually is like a link that gets blocked, it's also a disingenuous account. So I wouldn't worry too much about those. Okay, so how's our research options looking? Very, very wide. I want to try and build these wooden conveyors though. Coin boosters, see, I don't know what this is. That's new to me. Also want to unlock the tailor. Yeah, let's just do the animal pasture and the boats. Just because they're not that expensive research. Oh, also let's get the advanced logistics or whatever the hell it was called. So coin boosters, huh? I wonder where they're located. Oh yeah, that reminds me, we also got like a lot of structural buildings now. So you can do like a lot of vanity build stuff in this game too. Like you can even build like small castles and all kinds of crazy things, which is really nice for those that like to play this similar to like a top-down version of Minecraft, but with, you know, logistics. Coin boosters. Oh, here. Add yellow coin booster. So is that just like a production booster that costs gold coins then? Let's try adding it to this thing. Oh, it means you can boost it by investing coins into the production costs. Maybe they have changed it from the crafting thing. I think this is now how it is. Oh, so I can invest gold coins back into the buildings to speed up the processing? Oh, wow. Okay. It increases like the production by quite a lot even. So I can do like 4.6 a second now. And yes, it's using coins, but I'm also converting it into red coins. That's really cool. That is very cool. Because I can add it to like all these buildings. So say we don't feel like we're getting enough carrots through, which we kind of are. Right? Yeah, we have more than enough satisfied, and we have 20 carrots in stock, so we don't really need the coin booster in that one yet. Grain is a different case though. Because you need free grain in order to make one flour. And we can add a coin booster over here too, so we make 2 flour and then... Oh dude, this is like so fucking this is ridiculous. Because it doesn't add, like you can add more workers, but they tend to have diminishing effects or in the past, but I wonder if that's still the case. Did you get the wood runway things? You mean the conveyor belts? Yeah, I unlocked them, but we need to produce them first in the workshop. I ended up getting like distracted by the fact that these coin boosters were a thing. Because now we can like create ridiculous amounts of freaking grain. The problem is the grain mill can't even keep up. Oh, the shoot. No, I'm not gonna I'm not gonna bother with it. I know you can use it for moving grain across. But I usually just use oh, I love them things. I mean, they're cool, but they're just impractical in like larger setups, I feel. And there's like so limited amount of things that you can use with it for that I tend to just skip them. Because they're also gravity runs, so they only work on like inclines, and I tend to keep my places pretty flat, so can't really use them. So for a wooden conveyor, we need regular wood and planks. Oh, that's easy. That is definitely low tier. That's very nice. Invest some of those red coins that we've acquired from those coin boosters that I've basically put in place. They work on flat as long as you don't go, they go up. Okay, but they're also pretty slow then. The benefit of conveyors is that you know exactly how fast they go, so it's consistent, making it easier to like figure out what your throughputs should be. Like, yeah. All that good stuff. So yeah, like this is like a completely different way of playing the game now. Even though the basics of it is still the same, it's still also very, very different than how it used to be. Kind of like it. Even add coin boosters to this sucker over here. It's just temporary, but we do need it. And then we want a workshop. And then we want a, where is it? The barn, because we need to store these resources that we're, or these belts that we're making. Awesome. Don't recall them being slow. I didn't say the shoot was like always slow. It's just that when I built them on like, or I didn't intend it to sound that way. I know that when they're like downhill, they're super fast. Especially because they're so cheap to make early on, but I'm very curious to see how these belts compare. So yeah, the barn by default without any upgrades, they just have 4 inventory slots, and each inventory slot can like stack up to 50 of the same type of resource or item or whatever it is. You can lock these too, so if I go in here and click it, I can apply a filter. So if I only wanted one of them to be used for the conveyors so that I have like reserved slots for other things, you can totally do that. But as it is, we don't really need to do that. But does that mean that we also, I guess that means that we also need to like hook up all lumber mills and shit in order to get that like happiness buff, right? Because as soon as I remove this path, yeah, it loses the happiness buff. Okay, that's interesting. Because normally you could just have these wherever and they would always get the happiness buff. I suppose the idea is that that's to promote the whole establishing villages part, because now they have to be like in close enough proximity to houses to gain that mood buff, which means that for resources that are very far away will be out of range of this town center, obviously. So if we want a efficiency buff all the way out there, we would need to make a small community. Well, it's not just having road. They also have to be within range of the housing community. Well, otherwise you just make remote spots and town means nothing. Yeah, I like that. Same. I think that's a pretty brilliant design choice. We still have a limit on how many houses we can build though, which is kind of annoying. Like, I get it because it's, you know, tied to your worker capacity. Yeah, but you just upgrade main base. Yeah, but there's a limit on how many times you can upgrade the town center. Eventually it's fully upgraded. And there's a finite amount of houses you can build. And that's actually a setting as well. Each stage that you upgrade grade 2 can give you different amounts of houses. And I believe by default also does. So eventually you get more than 4 houses each level that's upgraded, because the upgrades are more difficult to acquire. So the early ones don't give you as many house capacity increases. So in the end you can eventually build a lot of houses where it doesn't really matter, but still. Yeah, once you have auto and everything, and especially now that you can do this coin boost thing, I mean, your coin gain rate is still gated by consumption rate of your population, of course. So eventually it doesn't do anything. But again, you don't use coins either if there's nothing going through, so I assume. Hopefully. Okay, so how's this situation going? And I must have fucked something up here. Did I've forgotten to freaking build one that, the fourth wagon that's supposed to like take these over there, haven't I? Seems like it. Whoops. Let's upgrade this straight away though, because conveyor belts are going to be pretty useful. Okay. But yeah, I wonder if you can build like pylons or whatever that extends the village's reach. I do believe that I believe and assume that the town center range increases for each upgrade, but I could be wrong. End up with millions of coins later anyway. How fast is built? Well, let's see. I was contemplating on where I want to do the first thing, so let's start out over here in this mess, even though it's a little bit iffy. We can try and clean it up first. Oh yeah, we don't even need the move tool on the hotbar because I just remembered you just press M. M for move. It's a little bit just as convenient as having an actual selectable button. Now we should be able to put that back in place. So let's see. Let's try this. All right. I'm a silly guy. Let's do it like that. Like this. I have like some clearance here. It's okay though. Let's see. That's pretty okay. Does it say anywhere? No. I like how you're getting these scaffolding things down here that are all like in the same collection, so to speak, so you don't have to like technically don't have to have all these sub parts down here. Can we even see some information on the conveyor anywhere? No. Just does its thing. Well then. They look fancy though. They're like wooden rollers. It's not too terrible. Could technically have like 2 outputs as well if you wanted to double up the speed, if that's a concern. Until you get the better belts. I don't no, I don't think necessarily we have enough coins around here to like. Gotta remember to put in that piece of road though. It's a little bit of something to get used to. I also remember a time when first playing the game, the roads wouldn't even connect like this. They would have like in between areas with like the underlying terrain poking through. That was a long time ago though. There we go. How about this place over here? I guess automating the belt production would be preferable. Right. Actually, it might be worth... Oh, right, we can't move this fucking thing now. Game, why are you like that? Oh well, that was a solution. Because basically what I want to do is I want to move the barn over here. I guess we can just move the conveyor belts from one barn to the other. Holy shit, 45 units, you guys. Crazy. Let's give some speed. Going absolutely mental down here. Whoa, look at all those roads. Like, fucking A. And we're off. It's just like all these buff units down here. Jeez. Oh. Why were there so many of you guys in this time? That's crazy. Oh, I see Sistra's here too. Crazy. Maybe all the Americans are waking up. I don't know. Okie dokie. Boy, you get free Archer Scrolls. Drevny gets free Archer Scrolls, and Kenyo gets a Bomber Scroll. Cool, cool. Wow. Shrinking Platinum Badge. What is this? Thumbtack Berserker skin. That looks pretty cool. It's like a mantis thing. And another one. Okay, we've got a lot of toads this time though, so I would highly recommend ranged units. The rats are not really an issue, even if they get close to ranged. Those toads are, however. And then there's like a lonely worm in the middle? Really? Cool. All right. Back to some chill factory townage. And I think this building has been fixed, so now we can move this over here. And let's think about this for a second. Just keep it all up there. I was contemplating whether or not I should move them down, but I realized that would just make things messy. Let go, because that still works. The reason I moved over here is so that we can use this same forester to supply these logs in. Because I forgot that we needed both planks and logs in there. So now that is sufficiently automated. There's even like... Oh, you can also make red coin boosters. Those are like for these more advanced buildings, I suppose. I guess that makes sense. Because you get red coins out of these, so why wouldn't you? Well, I guess you get red coins out of lumber, but you get my point. So this passive coin booster, we can put a coin booster on this thing, and then buff this up to 4 units a second. Oh wow, just found how Biden was looking at his watch while getting the dit back. What? Wait, what, Cellfire? Context? I've been like 6 for a couple days, so I haven't quite gotten up to what else is going on in the world, so do update me. A bunch of Marines died. Oh right, yeah, I think I might have actually noticed some news stuff there, but I didn't quite get the story. Had a service type thing. And the man was looking at his watch. Okay. I mean... And... I mean, we're all busy, and especially like if you're in a position like he's in, he's probably got his reasons. I mean, it's just purely objective, of course. Of course, you can take the subjective like context and say like, oh, he was not paying respect to like being truthful or whatever, and he was like being disrespectful because he wasn't like he was getting distracted by stuff that had nothing to do with what he was currently doing, I guess. Cloth conveyor belts. I mean, they're unlocked fairly shortly after, so it's like wooden conveyor belts are useful and stuff, but let's also research these wooden railways. That system has also been changed, by the way. Yeah, let's just get the chutes. Screw it. Doesn't matter. Civics. Okay. So in order to do this, we need wooden rails and cloth conveyor belts. Cloth conveyor belts require wooden conveyor belts and cloth. Whoop-de-doo. Which means that we can technically do some clever stuff here. conveyor belts. If we use that for the conveyor belts and use this for some cloth. I mean, we don't really need that much, to be honest. Can have one more for wooden conveyor belts, though. Or actually... let's just do the whole thing like this. Yeah, but you're meant to be paying respect for it. True. Humans are weird though, we do weird things. We say one and we do another. And sometimes we end up doing things without thinking about the context of it. Of course, as a president and stuff, right? Because you said Biden, didn't you? Yep. It's a little bit of an iffy situation for sure. No, I want to do this. But then again, I'm not like really one for politics, so... put this there. So this is what we need in order to make cloth conveyor belts. Oh, you can also use the wooden wheels. Okay. Which would be way cheaper. It just takes longer time, but that makes sense because we made it out of something else. Wheels take a bit to make? Well, that's true, I guess. Can't remember, it's also in the workshop. I mean, a wooden wheel is only 2 planks. The thing about a conveyor belt is that that's 2 planks and 2 lumber. I guess it kind of evens out at the same. Okay, the difference is also that you're needing 2 wheels. So that's probably... yeah, okay. That makes the conveyor belt route much cheaper. Because with the wheel route, you need to spend like the same amount of wood, but no, actually not even. You need to spend more wood. You actually need to spend 2 wood more. And you will also end up spending more time processing lumber and yeah. So I think this is actually a better decision. And then we'll just have a barn on the other side. And something else I also want to do. There's another workshop here. I like a little road. But here we also want to make cloth, but this is a different sort of usage for it. Then you get 2 wheels out. Nope, you get 1 wheel for 2 planks. But you need 2 wheels to make 1 conveyor belt. And it's only 1. Alternatively, you could use 1 wooden conveyor belt to make 1 cloth conveyor belt. And a wooden one also only requires 2 planks and 2 logs, or 2 wood. So if you were to like require you to make wooden wheels, it would take you 10 work units and 4 planks, right? And making planks also requires work units because that takes time. Alternatively, no, wait, yeah. Alternatively, like a wooden conveyor belt takes less time to build, and technically speaking, less resources too. Oh shit, lol, yeah. Well, technically, the wooden conveyor belt setup is a bit more complex. So that is probably the argument there. So this is what we'll do. We'll add a bottom layer for the regular conveyors. I guess for now, actually, let's just do one because, I mean, as soon as we start making the others, the cloth conveyors, it doesn't really matter anymore. Or rather, I would want to switch out these conveyors with the cloth ones anyway. Okay, so far so good. And I just realized I don't have like any good way of getting cotton from all the way over here to over there yet. That's probably where we can use a train, a wooden train system. Let's see. Yeah, we've already started making regular conveyors. So this is already doing its job. Albeit slow at the moment, but you know. Eventually we can add like a conveyor belt that goes straight from the farm over and distributes it into the two things. Or a train. Actually, this is such a short distance, a conveyor might be better. I believe trains still use workers? I think. No, they do not. They do not use workers. We would need some kind of rails first. We could probably make do with like some better transport here for sure. Yeah, so this bar, if you pay close attention, you'll notice that it like sort of halts momentarily on occasion, and that's whenever the building is not operating because the oh yeah, this is a thing. But we've maxed out on our wood production over here. Where are we even getting regular logs from? Yeah, this building is also pretty full. Gotta go. See you later. Alright, Selfire, it's been fun. Thanks for staying in chat and hanging out. And good to hear that you managed to get further into
Submit!
Rise to Ruins. Wait, you weren't a follower? What the heck, dude? God damn it. I thought you actually were. Well, welcome to the thing, I guess. It's okay. Only watched twice. Yeah, I know. Still. I'm just so used to like people do occasionally also say like, oh yeah, I forgot to click the follow button, even though they've literally only been at this at the stream once for like a few minutes. Okay, research. Yeah, that's locked because we need to do wooden rails. Wooden rails requires what again? Planks and stone. Okay. Planks and stone. Well, I guess we can use this setup we've already got going for us here. Let's tidy this place up a bit. That means we need a workshop. Links. Suppose we could just put it here, huh? Let's try it. So, wooden rails. Planks and just regular stone. Oh, that's interesting. So we'll want a barn. I'm like thinking about how I want to sort of set this up. Too wide footpath here, just to make it more accessible. We'll put a barn across it maybe. That's where we're going to store the things in. And we could actually make this building do double time. So if we apply a filter, we add the wooden rails, 3 of these slots, then we do stone for 1 of them. Because this does like multiple things for us. One thing is that the stone's going to be stored here, and we can drag that over using conveyors. That's a given. But the other thing is that because it's stored in this building, we don't need to move it to the town center because it has the same effect. It makes it available for us for building stuff. So stone. I don't know why I'm building those anymore. Should actually just completely remove that. Since these should be much faster. There we go. And then we just add a cheeky little conveyor belt here. lean out this place a little bit. Gotta add in the roads again though. Okay, so we could actually make use of like 2 conveyor belts, it seems. Let's try it out, see how this goes. Oops. Stone. There we go. Ah, okay, it was getting enough stone. It's just that this building can't keep up the supply, I guess. Why is that? It's because it didn't have that gold yellow coin upgrade. Awesome. Mill conveyors and magic conveyors eventually. So that's enough for us to be able to upgrade the town center. House max increased by 4. Awesome. New research available. So now we'll soon be able to go in and do like metal stuff and such. Metal! Let's get rid of these. There we go. Still had like a freaking guy moving the wood over. Jeez. Are we actually fulfilling the demand of this stuff? Because wood isn't stockpiling, so something tells me that we're technically not. But we're also using a lot of gold coins now. Holy shit. I wonder if that's because of this thing. Could be. It's probably a combination of stuff. Oh, we're getting wooden rails as a result. Let's start cleaning up this mess. Let's do cloth. I'll still do a double decker because that way if I ever need to expand upon this, I can do so. Get that in there. Okay, so let's see, can we actually just upgrade this? We can. Okay, nice. So I could also just do that instead of requiring like reconfiguration of filters in places where that might be relevant. That is definitely going to be handy for sure. where do we want to add some more houses? There's like a prime real estate over here. This general store is a bit in the way though. Could technically move this whole production chain over to the other side. And then just feed it into this general store instead. Let's actually do that. Oh, I forgot they're like still they're still manually picking these berries over here. Still like a few random villagers walking around. There's also this guy that's just like manually putting it in here. Maybe a bit unnecessary. Okay, so let's find the logistics blocks here because we need a grabber. This is something we'll use pretty frequently. There we go. Because although it gets assigned automatically, sometimes you don't want it to. You're building like tight places is one of the cases. Let's try removing some of that coin boosting on some of these things because it's getting pretty expensive. I think this farm field is like one of the main sort of situations where it's really expensive. We were probably better off just getting another farm. Doesn't necessarily even have to be in full range of the building. Because it's in range of both carrots and grain, we have to assign it to tell, so sort of like tell it that it needs to do only the grain. Let's get rid of this. Make a little conveyor belt over here. So yeah, you can also add your own resources from the game, like to this overview up here. So if there's like, for instance, conveyor belts can be pretty useful to have. Tells you exactly how many you can build before you run out of tiles. Okay, well that is Streamraiders, and unfortunately that also means that I will be stopping the stream for today because it's getting late evening and I need to start making some food. Also been streaming for 6 hours, so I think this is a good place to stop. Even though I see Prophet is also coming in here, along with Sistra still in there. Okay, so how about we go out with a bang or something. It's a lot of units. How many is this? Doesn't say here. And stream. 51 units. Jesus Christ, you guys are insane. Well, good to see that people still want to play Streamraiders. 4 epic units on this one. Jeez. Absolute madness. Yeah, those toads are like made short work out of our range units. Bit of a problem when you get in close, they just whop you out. Globble. Gobble gobble. Go! Charge that rock! That stone, I mean. At least not an inconspicuous rock that would kill you if you broke it. Oh, I still remember that Mr. Whiskas battle. I'm still having nightmares from it. So fucking ridiculous. I still can't remember it took us 6 tries or something before we finally won that boss battle in that time. Anyways, here are the last rewards of the day. Boy, you get 50 gold coins. Hope you get a bomber scroll, and Prophet you also get 2 bomber scrolls. And that's pretty much all I had planned for today. So if you've stuck out to the end, thanks for being around. If you're watching this on the VOD, consider, well, showing up for the live streams when they happen. I know that I still need to figure out my stream scheduling, but it is what it is, I suppose. And I guess the first step is always acknowledging that you need to do something specific, so. Anyways, with that, I would like to say thanks for today and see you on the next one, hopefully.